We're live with weekend 2 of the Carry2College event here on the Stay Plugged In Network. Joining me here is my co-host, K-Factor. My name is Bearlight. Excited to get things kicked off and allow the opportunity for these students to find the right college for them. The biggest online recruiting event of the year begins now. K-Factor, how you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great. I can't wait to see. We've got a lot of action lined up and a lot of exciting names and teams coming back to play for us today, so it's going to be a blast.
Let's talk a little bit about Stay Plugged In and what we're all about before we get into the details of Carry2College. Stay Plugged In, the premier recruiting platform for anybody looking for collegiate opportunities within esports. It's very easy to get started as a player. You create an account, you're able to look for the many opportunities that exist. Stay Plugged In has helped facilitate now over $40 million in scholarships on the platform alone. So many ways of doing that. Number one, serving as a platform for students to connect with colleges directly. That college search process for a student can sometimes be relatively difficult. K-Factor, I know you went through that process as well not too long ago, at least more recent than I have. It's quite a tedious process, yes, but that's why Stay Plugged In is here to help and gives you that necessary step to kind of help you along the way.
Yeah, along my journey, it was kind of something that I wish I knew existed at the time because it does take a while and it is a lot of effort to find it. Luckily, it only took me a little bit, but I rep the Titans here, Cal State Fullerton, got to represent the boys. But it definitely, this is such a great resource and something that I wish everyone could take advantage of.
Definitely. Kind of walk through your process on how you got there very briefly. TLDR. Yeah, obviously, we don't want like a huge answer from you, but
Yeah.
what was that process like for you?
Yeah, so essentially I looked at what was close, what was affordable, and what had good esports programs. Fullerton was one of those. You get to reach out, talk to these guys. A lot of these colleges do have opportunities to talk to people that are involved with the esports programs. They sounded like good guys. I got involved. Now I'm the vice director of esports. So it's been a pretty fun path and something that I've looked forward to for a while.
Awesome stuff. I love a story like that. And obviously, it would have been, like you mentioned, it could have been a little bit easier with Stay Plugged In. Stay Plugged In is to help you along the way, right? Especially if you're interested in esports, every avenue in it, right? Whether you want to compete as a player, whether you want to be a caster or a content creator, or if you want to do graphic design, video editing, all these things are possible through Stay Plugged In. College recruiters aren't just looking for players to pack their rosters out, which they are, by the way, looking for a lot of players at the moment. But also, if you're looking to do side things, it's always a good opportunity for you. Now, on the players' side, though, that's where Stay Plugged In comes in even bigger at the moments where we're hosting events all the time. You're looking at one right now. We'll get to Carry2College and the details of this online recruiting event in just a bit. But colleges come out to these events, whether they're live events. We also do LANs. So that means we come to a city near you. You can come out and compete in front of colleges. You get to connect with them one-on-one. And K-Factor, I know you've casted for us a few times with one of our LANs recently, actually, that we ran in Connecticut. So you've gotten to see firsthand what these events are all about.
Yeah, and it really is a really amazing community that you guys have built of this kind of recruiting event where you get these opportunities for these players. And I know the event I casted was that LAN. I believe it was pretty sure it was Rocket League, if I remember correctly. We got to see a lot of talent out there, really giving it their all, but also just having a lot of fun. And I saw some of the interviews. It was really a good event and really an experience that's going to be memorable for a lot of these players to help them along the way.
100%. Yeah, if you'd like to be creating your own story as a player, if you're in high school, or even if you're at the collegiate level and you didn't even know that college esports was a thing, it's growing like crazy. So we don't blame you that you haven't heard, but it is absolutely big and thriving, and you should be part of it. Go to staypluggedin.gg/events and get registered for an event today. We've got a whole lot coming up for a multitude of different titles. Today in Carry2College, we'll be watching Valorant, League of Legends, and Smash Brothers Ultimate as well. So those three titles going on today, but there's also Rocket League. We've got Overwatch 2 that we play constantly, right? There's so many different titles that colleges are looking for that Stay Plugged In absolutely will plug you in where you play and what you are looking to do in the collegiate scene as well. K-Factor, what games did you get into? I know you've got some experience in League of Legends and Rocket League, obviously. Anything else that you dove into as a student?
Yeah, as a student, I'm definitely much better of a caster than I am a player. Things changed, but Rocket League, League of Legends, Valorant, Counter-Strike 2, I've gotten into that a little bit. I've never been big into fighting games, but Super Smash, my college's got a great team there, so I kind of follow them too. Rainbow Six is big in college as well, so a lot of titles. There's a lot of opportunities everywhere.
There is. And with Stay Plugged In, we mentioned the events. How do you compete in the events? By creating a free profile on Stay Plugged In. And with a free profile, colleges will be able to see your profile. So that means that you're already on the radar just by creating a free account. Plus, you can search through the collegiate database. Like we mentioned, there are so many schools. So you can kind of tear through those. But if you pay as little as $5 a month, and I think it actually comes out to less than that at this point in time. So less than actually just throwing a subscription to a streamer on Twitch. Just imagine just one extra content creator, except it opens up a world of possibilities here. It opens up the platform tools that Stay Plugged In uses, whether, you can already compete in events as a free member of Stay Plugged In. But if you do subscribe as a player, whole messaging system, you get notifications when colleges visit your profile. If they message you, you can message them directly on the on your profile. So K Factor, all those conversations that you're having to each and every college when you're trying to get in the collegiate scene, it stays all in one place for you. So you don't get unorganized as far as what esports, programs was I looking for again. Will never be a question that you have to ask. You've also got custom recruiting plans that you'll work with, and with your Stay Plugged In recruiting specialist. So, K Factor, tell me this. You obviously went through the process. A recruiting specialist will help you guide you through your process. What are you looking for in a school specifically? Not only from the esports standpoint, but also from an academic standpoint. Does this college make sense for me in both worlds of studies and in esports? If you had that K Factor, somebody to help you along the way, how easy would it be for you, compared to what you had to go through to get to Cal State Fullerton?
It would have made a world of difference, to be brutally honest with you. Doing all of that by yourself while also straight up looking for a college to go to is a very stressful experience. And to be honest, if I had a resource like this and knew something like this existed, my hairline would probably be a little bit further down on my forehead than it is right
Less grades for me. I know that's 100% accurate, no doubt. By the way, the colleges, when you are subscribed, and actually with a free account too, participate in any of events. So if you're a player here with Carry2College and you're competing, you're going to be on the scouting report for colleges as well. So you're going to be discoverable just by signing up for a free account and competing. So that means any colleges that are in attendance today, which is plenty, by the way, keep an eye on the breaks and see some details about some of the colleges that will be in attendance. We put together some fun facts about those colleges that we'll share with you. But on the scouting report, I mean, colleges can see and find players they want. And this goes for the colleges that are tuning in as well that maybe haven't seen Stay Plugged In or don't have an account with Stay Plugged In. You can find the players that you want. It's literally the best of both worlds for players and colleges. We really fine tune it. We have a college specialist, we have a player specialist. That way, colleges are getting the right players that they're looking for, ones that fit their system, ones that fit their program as a whole academically that can actually get into the program. Not to mention the players finding the right home. You have to call that your home for 4 years to study. Obviously, you want to make sure it's in the right place, and that's what Stay Plugged In is all about.
now. Yeah, for sure. I mean, something that I can't stress enough is that this is something that you need to get involved in on any level. The opportunities, the resources, this is something that I haven't seen with any other organization or any other kind of thing out there. So taking advantage of these recruiting opportunities, really getting yourself involved and not being afraid to go out there and participate is going to be the best way to take advantage of this resource while it's going to be of the best service.
No doubt about it. Well, we talked about the scouting report. There's going to be a lot of loaded talent here, and that's not just lip service that we're giving you here. We also have some Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars that are going to be attending here and competing in the Valorant brackets here today and tomorrow. Starting with the first page here, K-Factor, Leone, Pig, Domi, River, Sacred, and Bowie. These players were dynamic in the All-Stars event. And then 5 out of those 6 are seniors from all over the country. These are players that excelled both in-game and out of the game. And as Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars ran last December, and signups for the next year are coming up as well. So definitely keep an eye out there. But these players will be competing in the Valorant side. And in fact, there's 6 more. 12 total. K-Factor, go over the list of the other players that we'll be seeing here on the Valorant side.
Yeah, and these other 6, we have Avian, Rascal, Bobstar, Secret, E7 Retro, and Toasty. A couple seniors in there. Looks like we got 4 on this side, 2 juniors, and gotta love the 2 guys repping California out here. But again, 6 more All-Stars that really came out and performed and are going to be playing here for Valorant. Really excited to see how these players continue to play out here.
And again, that's what you get for being with the college program. You know, you're able to see that there's all-stars in my state. In-state tuition applies too, right? So, you know, there's talent out there, and we all know it's out there. The cool thing is Stay Plugged In does pull it back into one place for sure. Well, it's about that time. Let's get into the format, K Factor, and see what Carry2College is all about from a competition standpoint. K Factor, we go through 3 rounds of a group stage. And the top 2 teams for League of Legends, there's under 16 teams. They will just be advancing all of them, but it will be for seeding. So the better you do, the better you're going to have, at least an easier of a time you should have in theory when it comes to the bracket on day 2, which the final bracket begins today. The first round will play out at the tail end of today's broadcast, and then we'll continue into tomorrow. It'll be a standard single elim bracket. All players get to showcase their talent to the colleges in the group stage. You'll get 3 rounds to do that, and then it's down to business. K Factor, that's a lot of money on the line.
That is a lot of money on the line. I never would have dreamed of having a prize pool like that back when I was playing in high school. So to see an opportunity for these players not only to come out and showcase themselves, but also have a little chunk of change to compete for as well, definitely would get me excited if I was behind the screen competing today. And I got to say, standard single elimination brackets do it at the end. We're going to see competition in all forms, and it's going to be really nice to watch.
That's right. And you get to walk away with something even if you push into the top 4. And it does give a little bit of an incentive to the players as well. For Carry2College, our focus truly is about connecting players to colleges. But we also want to make sure, you know, we get the best out of these players. We want to see these players perform, right, at their best. We want to make sure that they lock in, are focused, and that the top talents are out here to really, you know, show us what they're made of from a 100% standpoint versus just trying to coast through sometimes. Maybe we've seen it in the past. So I want to show them some love too. That way they can spend some of that money on you know, obviously college has gone up in price, so maybe spend it on some books, save it on some boarding, something like that. So that way when you get to college, it won't be as stressful because obviously it's pretty pricey. K Factor, I'm still paying off my college loans.
Yeah, and I'm just starting to rack them up. $500 would have covered almost all my books for this semester, so it's definitely a good resource.
Love it for sure. All right, let's get into the schedule of today here for the Valorant and the League of Legends side too. We start off with the group stage like we mentioned at 2 p.m. Eastern time, so that's not too far away. So if you're wondering why we're yapping so much, we just wanted to show you the opportunities of Stay Plugged In before we get into these awesome matches. We'll start up in just a couple moments. We'll be around about an hour apiece. Valorant and League of Legends both running best of ones, so it may take a little bit less time than that, but we just want to make sure all the games play through. 3 p.m. start time for round 2, 4 p.m. for round 3. And like I mentioned, K Factor, and for all you players out there, don't leave after the group stage. We've got the final bracket, round 1 starting. It'll be the round of 16 for both titles, and that'll kick off at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. In between 4 and 5:30, we also have some interviews that we'll be hearing, K Factor. And then on this Sunday, we continue on with the brackets, starting with the quarterfinal side on the single elimination bracket. And that starts at noontime. We don't want to, you know, overstep on the Super Bowl side of things. I'm a big Chiefs fan, so obviously I want to watch the game. But if you're not into sports ball, that's fine too. You know what I'm saying? It's just we want to make sure that everybody gets some love and nobody's missing out on a great grand finals, which should wrap up before the Super Bowl. There's no doubt about it. But either way, this bracket pretty cutthroat at the end of the day once you get to day 2. So that's why you really want to perform in day 1 and make sure that you give yourself a solid seed.
Yeah, especially over on the League of Legends side as well, where it is strictly for seeding. A lot of these teams are going to be playing for the better matchup heading in to that round of 16. And as they get deeper into that bracket, even though it is just group stage, probably, if not one of the most important starts to your tournament experience here this weekend. So really got to start to perform right off the bat.
Well, if you haven't already, streams, and if it's not updated, we'll get it updated very momentarily. You can see all of the channels in which we'll be live on. We've got the main channel of Valorant. You can stick right here on this channel. We've got the main League of Legends channel, which actually K Factor will be joining Orbital and Random Minion Caster. They're at twitch.tv/StayPluggedInB. As in boy, so Stay Plugged In B will host all the League of Legends, and the stream guide that's going up here momentarily will also have all of your action for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I know we didn't give it love here in the pre-show, but K Factor, this might be our biggest title. We've got over 40, it might actually be over 50. We'll check on the numbers there. Lots of kids in a double elimination bracket going on, looking for that collegiate opportunity. That should be a good one as well.
Yeah, Super Smash Bros. And all those fighting games, really like Tekken 8, Street Fighter, are all really starting to grow in terms of the esports scene collegiate wise. And so it's a really exciting thing to watch because those have always been historically some of the best games to watch and some of the best esports. Very exciting and going to be a good competition over there as well.
Well, that'll wrap up the pre-show. K-Factor, we'll see you in just a little bit. And if you want to follow K-Factor and League of Legends, again, twitch.tv/StayPluggedInB. Or if you want to watch Valorant, park it right here. Let's toss it down to the skybox now as Hail Monkey Man and Pyro J join us for match number 1 of the group stage.
Bearlight is a Swiftie confirmed is all I needed to hear today as we go into our first matches of the day. Hello, I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside the prestigious Pyro as we get set for our group stage action. It's a packed weekend with a lot of talent, a wonderful just plethora of juniors, seniors, sophomores, freshmen, everyone trying to really make an impact. Pyro, how you doing today, my man? It's a wonderful Saturday.
It's a wonderful Saturday. As long as I'm alongside you here, Hail Monkey Man, I'm doing fantastic. I mean, we just heard from Bearlight and K-Factor about all those fantastic things that are offered here to the high school students to be scouted, or if you're of college age and looking to go there to college, to get these opportunities, to get scouted. I wanted this when I was in high school. I really did, but enough of us old heads chattering about the if we were this age. Let's get into the action. Let's talk about the competition. I think we got a lot of people that are excited to get on into this.
There's a ton of teams, about 30 or so teams that are all going through the group stage, and they're all doing BO1, so it's pretty unforgiving. It's still your competitive rotation and pool of maps, so they'll be making the best, I think, top 2 from each of those groups will be moving into a single elimination bracket, and we get to see the first round of that today. We have some key features, some key matches that we want to get into before everything is going to total itself up. Pyro, I think we got one of our first big highlights coming your way.
Let's talk about it. We got some teams to watch, and no better team to watch than Spire Academy. This is our first team, one of the first that we're actually going to be looking at today up against Power World later on. But Spire Academy, this is an athletics academy high school from Ohio. You can see all 5 players there. We got Avian, Bamarino, Leone, Mookie, and Yuno. I want to talk about Leone a bit here. Leone, the IGL for the team, and also one of the 12 Coca-Cola All-Stars that we were talking about earlier. Avian also a Coca-Cola All-Star. So this team just full of All-Stars here. Let's talk some accolades. This team, they were the winners of the Stay Plugged In University High School LAN and came just in 2nd place in the November Spin Showcase, losing out to the Engineers. So a stacked squad here, one that I cannot wait to check out soon. But hell, I mentioned those Engineers. Why don't you chat a bit about some other teams to watch?
Well, the other team to watch, in case you've been missing out on, are in fact the Engineers. 5 awesome players that, of course, have their own showcase of fanciful big all-star players. You've got Majestic, B-Don, Andrew, Mookie, as well as Potato Tap, the IGL for the squad coming out of Majestic. This team in particular has been so prevalent and so well performing. They've won 3 of the Stay Plugged In showcases, and they're coming in as the biggest and baddest team amongst them all as the #1 seed into this competition. The same team has won the showcase from all of the same high school over in Brooklyn Tech. So obviously very well performing and doing well in school in general, seeing the 4.0, 3.9 KDs. That's actually just amazing to not just be a great player, but an awesome student.
I think you said 4.0, 3.9 KDs instead of GPA.
I did. It feels like that.
It actually does. I don't know if in high school I'd be more impressed with my KD or my GPA, right? But both have to be noted here, and definitely those Engineers getting it done on and off the digital field. So we're getting ready to finally gear into this matchup. Let's talk about not only our teams to watch, but also these 2 first teams to watch in this group stage. We have Spire Academy versus Power World. So, you know, the very studious Academy team, and then, oh yeah, Pokemon with guns. What do you think about this matchup, Hal?
I feel like one knows how to use their guns, and not just in Valorant, but in other concepts as well. And playing survival and having to really kind of get some extra resources. So maybe some utility has been playing off and on in Valorant. Palworld is going to be playing up against us. Spire has the slight edge in terms of just, I guess, not just the fans that are over in chat waiting for us to stop yapping, but also just being able to have the better ranks there, and rather this overall average going up into it. So I think that there's a little bit of favoritism, but we're going to Sunset in particular. And Sunset has been pretty well defined at this point. A lot of Cypher play as the mainstay Sentinel. After that, it kind of gets changed up. And interesting that I said Cypher when you have Deadlock coming in after all those big buffs.
I mean, listen, Deadlock's defensive utility stretches across the map at this point. So it's one of those agents that's like, yeah, if you want to lock down any entry to site, I will say especially A site, then, or B site, I mean, from B main, then go for it, right? But you're going to get that Cypher as well from the defenders, who I believe it's Palworld defending. Yes. So Palworld defending here. We've got those two Sentinels there. Breach and Omen. Looking like Jack's gonna solidify on that Yoru. We'll see. Thoughts on our attackers, though? Thoughts on Spire Academy?
There's a big difference in ideals. They're really playing from their position of start, as you have the two Sentinels. They're going to be in a defensive position, and they're really playing for anti-lurk, I guess, whenever they go into not just defense, but also their own offensive turn. But bam, Bammarino bringing out the Rays, and that's going to be their opener. That is also that dynamic duo with Mookie onto the Breach. This is going to be a loud insurgency brought by the Spire Academy, and maybe they're going to be able to play with just enough pace to be able to break through those long walls.
You wonder if these teams are kind of playing for their first half as well. I mean, you have almost a more attacker side focused Spire Academy alongside a Palworld who, which site do you even attack at this point? Sunset, it's been talked about as that version 2 of Ascent, and we know so much about how important mid control is. With those two Sentinels locking down either site, I wonder if we see Spire Academy try to take advantage of the mid positioning as much as they can.
And they're definitely going to put at least a few Cypher traps out in the middle of that, kind of just to make sure they know where some of those entry points are coming from. I think that we're going to see some of the combination of Fade getting intel, and then you don't really have intel gain from Breach. You just have pressure, and they're going to be doubling that up when they run that as initial entry, from then giving Rays to just be a big, bad, booming person on site. So both Omens, I'd say that's actually one of the few key change-ups here is a dynamic smoker. I've been playing with a lot more Harbor and as well as Viper. So seeing that this team is playing for movement is actually, they're very versatile.
Can we take a notice of the movement right now? I asked about how mid control is going to be so important for the attackers. Apparently, it's very important for the defenders as well. All of Palworld storming into mid, but that is not where Spire Academy went. They went straight into B site, and they'll sacrifice a couple agents, but they got that spike down.
Yeah, and that's going to be both Mookie and Bammarino. Immediately drop, the spike is down, but now everyone's swinging in from main. So they're like, okay, well, we exchange places. The smoke is going to go. The Cyber Cage must the same. Glorious was able to get at least 2, and so now they're just kind of defending it. Reed is getting a couple, and they're just going to stick it. What a retake by Palworld.
And you might as well stick, right? I mean, you have everyone from Spire Academy not covering the main entrance. You have them covering CT. So the problem imposes where Palworld on that defense rotating around to the attacker's side, have a clear lane into the spike, get them on the defusal, and guard every other entryway. That was a great, quick retake there from Palworld.
Knowing what this composition is, they already know, because they're gonna have to split their numbers in like maybe a 2-1-2 or a 2-3 separate stacks, that they're gonna lose the initial fight. So why not reconvene in a position where they're gonna have maybe even Stevens, no advantage, but just kind of neutralize the field. So Spire Academy, they will fall behind, and initial buys will be given over as you now bring in the Outlaw. Jack lands both of their attacks, and then Glorious just cleans up.
I mean, we know the Outlaw's good for 2, but the Spectre, it can be good for more and more and more. How about that? The Deadlock holding it down with a 3-piece after that Outlaw 2. can we talk about how valuable the Outlaw is in these early rounds, right? Shot after shot, it's gonna be good for a kill when a team's working on eco.
Yeah, it's what I like to call the safe slayer. It's not safe at all to have your light shield. You're not gonna be able to face it down, but it's still up to play Jack to be able to land their shots. And that thing sounds like just an absolute, just a little bit more muted than the operator, but pressing in aggressively here into main. They're not gonna see anyone as they're gonna fight for that ult orb, but they're gonna transport themselves via that teleport to be able to gate crash back over to site as they press in and they got the guns.
They do have the guns, they've got the kill. And you wonder what the patience is going to look like here from Pow World. Looks like everybody's going to recoup, play on this retake. Certainly hope to get some of that utility expended from Spire Academy as that Boombot does go out. Jack's finally taken down on that Outlaw by the Vandal of Avian. So they've got one down, but certainly more to go. Avian down as well. So Pow World starting to really hold this side as Redeed gets on the defuse. And they're checking out main. They're trying to get the kills. They're trying to protect Redeed, but they're sprayed down. Breach, the last remaining one. Arleon, it's not gonna work. Mookie gets the better of it. Inspire Academy get there first.
Oh, one Swedish duel and ends up with Spire still on their last player, able to then clean it up, but they were on their bye, so that means that there's a lot that was left behind. And Pow World, well, they were able to have a nice little bonus. It didn't complete, but still, they were able to get a lot of value away from Spire Academy, considering they want to swing into it. Now, they've really been bundling themselves up. I would not be surprised if we go to around maybe 6 or 7, and they start going to these 1-4 splits, maybe have something of a lurk, or maybe have something of just crashing on 2 fronts. But they're going to be pushing forward. They're going to push the Paranoia out, and that's going to draw out the wall from Glorious.
Yeah, that conditioning of just overpowering a site again and again and again and taking advantage of that later on in the half may come through, but for now, they're cooped up in this alley. They're trying to get through it as they press it. Arleon has the better of it, so does Glorious Minds. Bam gets a solid trade. Yuno coming in as reinforcements, and Bam making things worse for Pow World. 2v2 as the spike is set down.
It's a 2v2, but you only have half HP bar sitting on your fade, so they're going to be playing from distance. Well, Bamarino is going to be looking for maybe at least a couple of picks. Both their armors are not exactly in a functional position, but they're swinging from this backside Paranoia to be able to clear that wall. They have to clear not elbow, but also corner, and they escape with their life. The Haunt is going to look for them, and that's going to be another dark cover as they're covering out from their back end. Demi's going for the stick, and Demi gets it done. That'll be another going over the Power World. Their retakes have been so clean.
I'm so impressed by the retake, but especially from Redeed. Take note of that shrouded step into the other side. It forced the Rays out of position, allowed them to drop the smoke and press in to get that defusal to go. It was perfect utility usage from Redeed. Keep an eye out for that player on those retakes.
Yeah, and now Glorious has been a very effective deadlock. I mean, ever since we had some level of buffing, some level of just making the walls larger, being able to pick up your sensors, things are a little bit better in Norway, which is, you know, in case you didn't know lore, that's where they come from. So, bit cold, but they're being bold. So far, first 4 have been very contentious, trying to pop on out, and they have all of a Stinger to fist fight with.
We finally have one player from Spire Academy not working with the rest. Pop that off, Bam! Make them pay! Where did they go? Evading the powerful ultimate is Redeed, but eventually being the victim of the Stinger, Bam upgrades their weapon and heads back to site.
Able to go get the big Vandal, and that's amazing, honestly. Doing such great work. They can't quite complete it with the Showstopper. Oh, but the whip of it! Glorious Minds is able to get a trade of 2. And so they do at least find some value and a weapon, but 5 HP. Looking to use that ultimate, see if they can be able to put someone in the cocoon. They can't capture any targets. But
they got one.
Actually, whoa, they went fishing. They found him. They at least got one.
That's one, but they're not done. 2 kills still to make. They've got one. Oh, but not 2. Mookie sprays them down. That Stinger so effective in this round from the beginning to the end.
I thought they nerfed the Stinger. Maybe was that just price? They didn't nerf the bullets? Like, what happened?
Clearly not. I truly don't know, but talk about its effectiveness even from range there. I mean, of course, with the Rays earlier on, it was perfect storming in through the gate. But there, that was from main. I mean, effectiveness, seriously.
Yeah, that's been able to find amazing value. So good looks so far. Spire Academy, even when they're down, they're not out, and they're going to go back into this one with a better buy and a better fight about them. And again, they're trying to press with pace. They're going to use the Nightfall. They're going to have a nice big flash. Actually, that's going to be for the fault line. And look how they just take away the ability to be safe on site. They inflict all of this movement, and they force them all the way to back, and now it's going to be a 5v5 retake need.
Well, and Leon went from the shadows to CT just to hold this side and try to make sure they get the kills and hold that area. And look how much value it got them. They've been holding that angle for that long, and we're able to press up even through the dark cover. Really impressive to hold on to that valuable space. Now Arleon trying to work from the other end. You got the fault line out, you got the push in, but you got a classic in hand. Not much to work with there. Demi, the last one, already found 2 with the stinger, upgraded on the weapon, but sprayed through the cage. Goodbye, and hello, tied up game for Spire.
Spire was playing in the advantage. It was Power World that wasn't able to have the greatest of weapons, and so that was their attempt at a thrifty. We go tied up through the first 6. There was already people saying this was going to be a good game. We thought that this was going to be pretty close. Spire had the highlight, but Power World, they came out with the early strats here, Pyro. They were able to split the difference between knowing that this team is playing for pressure and pace of play and saying, all right, we can be able to convene with one another, act to it, even if some of these walls and sensors can't slow you down. And now we really get to see what the defining factor for the rest of this first half will be as we go into round number 7.
Part of that from Power World is their ability to move off the site as well and play for retake, right? It's those smart decisions, and you wonder, well, what's the decision here? The Glorious Minds, as well as their Cypher, both playing for site right now. Holding, waiting, watching, net out, just in case they want to peek back through. But Spire Academy, they didn't find anybody lurking ahead, so they're going to start to move off that A site, see if they can peek and poke out that initial kill somewhere else.
I love that they're now showcasing their patience. We've seen so much go, 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 W key warrior, and they've been playing for absolute speed and execution, and now it's boiled down to, all right, let's control this pace. Let's not be out of control. See what else we can be able to do with it. They're starting to get some of these ideas, and you're starting to get to that 40-second mark. The door is down, which means that they intend to go to B. They're going to have to crash on through market, but it looks like they may actually re-swing to main on A. Right now, I don't know if they know what they want to do, but they got 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's now or never. You got to decide. And they're heading into that very util-heavy A site. This is probably not on the VOD review where they would have liked to go, but it's now or never. 20 seconds now on the docket. Bam's gonna try and clear some angles. Oh no, it's getting so bad already. 2 clean headshots from Glorious Minds, from Jack, from Demi. Mookie and Leon able to make a response. And then Sight, Glorious Minds still holding this angle, gets the headshot, and there's nothing to do. If you're the Leone player here, you just gotta try and play your life, play your gun, see if you can survive. It ain't gonna happen. Radid says goodbye, give us the lead.
That one, it was a great idea. They were looking for anyone to get aggressive, lurk out. They know that Power World did that early on whenever they initially had to test the barometer check here for the amount of pressure that Spire Academy was going to bring for this composition. Then as they recognized that no speed was coming through, they also stayed back. They're okay, all right, we're gonna play you coming to us. And then that backfired against Spire Academy. So they then were left with several options, but they were too tentative about where they ended up wanting to go. I think the gate crash into B may have been the better play, but you know, 2020 hindsight, we go to round number 8.
Yeah, it's always better in hindsight. Finally a mid play though, like a full mid play from Spire Academy. We've seen from Bam, but it was a solo effort from Bam, and they're realizing even a team effort is not gonna get them through that gate. Paint shells were there, but so was an aftershock, and that's gonna send Bam into this little cubby corner that can be dangerous if you spend too long there. The high-low is ready for Bam. That does not look inviting.
They had a sixth sense about them. They're like, wait a minute, I think an Omen's nearby. Oh, what can they do? They can hop on top of things. So now becomes a stall factor. A little bit more time than what they had last time they were visiting, and that's going to be a broken tripwire. So you make the decision. Do you go west? Do you go east? Well, apparently you go least. You go neither. You end up looking right back at this door, and mid plays are great if you have the presence of mind to pick your poison and pick your position, but they've kind of picked themselves back in the middle here, Pyro.
I mean, here's the problem. No one's biting. No one is biting from Power World. But it's time maybe to take a chomp now. Bam moving in from that fault line. Wants to get at least one. Jack evades it completely, utilizing that ultimate. Now they've got the decoy. It doesn't matter though. Mookie finds their shot, their kill. Bam does as well. Lay waste on the site. Get that plant down.
All right, we got the 2v4. Spire Academy got the man advantage right now. They definitely don't want to drop out on this one, mostly because 2 rounds down would not be great. And even more because their eco would have to suffer for a light buy again. You have 3 hanging out from main, and you have Bammarino kind of just patrolling. This one's set out very wide, so you have to check every cross angle, and they know at least one is nearby. What a swing by Glorious. Going to use that grab net. They're trying for another one. No. They send him right down, looking for a third swing. It becomes a 1v1. Spy v Spy. Cypher v Cypher. One is very low, and now they're very dead. That's going to be maybe just enough time as they're going to try and make it under the wire to be able to undo Spire Academy's plans. 0.73 wasn't even close.
Nah, no sweat from my brow, personally. What a maneuver from Demi. I mean, Glorious Minds did a whole lot of that work. Let's be honest. The swing on that first kill, throwing out the net, and still pulling out the gun to get that second. Just a great effort from Demi to close it out, get on that spike. But wow, what a close one to keep Power World and extend their lead.
That was gutsy. That was a very nervy call, and I'm able to go straight into the fray and take a dub. So now you have Spire Academy that's going to be on their light buy, and yet they're at least looking to crash. They've taken the pace off, which I don't mind. It depends on when you decide to ramp up with that, but they really don't have the ability to take advantage of any of that. You have the Neural Theft and the From the Shadows right now online for Spire. That's not really gonna allow them to have any big pick mentality, especially if they want to push directly onto site. And this is again a very util heavy position. They saw so many numbers.
Oh, they're gonna see a whole lot of utility as well. Paint Shell, Fault Line, Paranoia. Goodbye, Glorious Minds. Time to move your way on out to site, but a whole lot of their other teammates are still playing site. So Spire Academy really want to take this. They have to clear every single angle. They may not be able to as they're crouching down in that grab net. Smart play from Glorious Minds to find one, but suddenly from the bloodbath, it's still a site win. This is why you see Spire Academy continue to play 5 on site, because they know they're going to lose some numbers, but they'll at least hold that site.
There could be a mindfulness to even TP out of this. They're not going to do it this time. I thought maybe they're going to have Bam run and then go meet up with their Omen. No. Instead, Bammarino's kind of stuck in this corner. They know they retreated behind the box. Neural Theft will be tagging them and bagging them possibly. They know one's an elbow, so they're gonna fight on 2 fronts. They just don't get separated, and yet they lose to both. Leone comes through for Spire Academy. Wow, what a fight.
You're trying to smoke out the Omen. I mean, come on. Like, they just have a 6th sense as to when to peer out and not just get 1 but 2 kills in that spray. That was the ultimate game sense there from Leone. And suddenly Hail Monkey Man with this timeout taken by Spire Academy. This is after they get a win under their belt and start to close that deficit. They're starting to claw their way back and now maybe trying to cement that momentum.
I do like that they took a timeout after their own round win. They're in control, not just of their own pacing when it comes to how they press the side, but also about their macro game. All right, guys, hey, we know that we're about to be on a gun buy advantage. What can we do to make sure that we secure that? First off, a thrifty ain't gonna happen against us. Second off, just to get the dub, because round 10 is set for Spire Academy to even up this position. But I mean, they've done a great job so far. It's just a matter of they had some learning curves off of slowing things down and get caught in mid.
That was their biggest fault. They were victims of the patient play. Other times for teams that are going to poke out, that are going to try to lurk, that are going to try to take those risks, it can be good, but certainly for Spire Academy, their assault onto sites with every single agent, that's what's been working. And so it's no surprise to see them all covering, smothering B main. This is going to be a true clash against that Cypher.
Depending on what you hit from the pick, might be looking at the idea of using the Annihilation or the Rolling Thunder to get a fat retake, but without the weapons, you're kind of left in just this weird snapping portion. In fact, the Annihilation does get used. They kind of miss on the fishing pole, and they just have a whole bunch of fighting going down. A brawl over here on a ramp as they use the decoy to try and move their way around. Jack is trying to play absolute feint, and they have some of these snapshots, but none are landing on the head. And that was pretty much what I was expecting to go down. Spire Academy, they go and take 5 for 5.
They had the guns, they had the numbers, they had everything working for them. The neural theft kept them pushed back, and yeah, those fired shots from the Sheriff just simply were not enough. Spire Academy cementing that momentum, holding true to his strategy. It's working well for them. How well does it work now that the buys are back for Power World?
I need to know, what would be something of kind of your idea if the Annihilation doesn't just grab one person? What if everyone that is lined up, what if it grabbed multiple? What would you think of that as a change up to the ultimate?
Did we not just talk about Deadlock getting enough buffs? Like, really?
I need more! I need more!
To buff Deadlock more. I can't talk about this now. We're getting more ultimates already underway. Bam, misfiring on that showstopper. It doesn't matter too much. They've got the site. Everyone's cleared out already. It's done. It's value of pushing them into an awkward space to get gunned down anyway. Hilo set up here. Oh no, just a high. Excuse me. Jack gets a couple bullets through, and hello. Just in the face of the ultimate there is Bam. Gets gunned down, and there's 2 left in main for Power World to take care of. Taking care of business, they will.
They look for the primary angle as they come up and down steps, and they were having to deal with a slight off angle, and it ends up just distracting them enough. A great retake. I knew that that Rolling Thunder would end up playing a part in the pressure to the anti of Spire Academy. And so now let's kind of look at what Spire Academy has. They have a Rolling Thunder to either have post-play and hold, or to get themselves onto site. A little bit of intel, maybe even a flip of the map if they want to use that from the shadows and bomb in hand. But otherwise, dimensional drift onto that Yoru, and Jack has been impactful as an agent.
Yeah, I think the dimensional drift has been utilized for information. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this utilized early on as soon as they find out what site is being attacked. Unfortunately for that Jack player, they're gonna have to TP B site because it's already going down. There's the TP. We should expect that ultimate right away, but the site in the plant, it's begun. It's already on for Spire.
Digital drift is active and online. D to get through it. Demi up the Bulldog. This was not exactly a great buy situation either for Power World, but now Jack can actually get very pressured as the Nightfall gets expended, and now Jack gets laid low, but it doesn't matter really, and Demi ends up finishing it off. It's gonna be a fighting to our first half here. Pyro. Power World really throwing big punches against Spire Academy.
This first half was always going to be electric and explosive. We had a Spire who was attack heavy, and we had Power World who was defensive heavy. Those retakes from Power World, it was going to come down to how effective they were. And I'm going to be honest, I think because Spire Academy didn't take enough space after solidifying their presence on site, Power World were able to kind of run down a lot of those retakes, especially with their ultimate usage. It's going to give them advantage working into the second half where pretty much everything's flip-flopped.
Yeah, it's a flip-flop, not just of who's on attack and who's defense, but also the composition and how kind of purely it can work. I think that was the most balanced to save, you know, it's a 7-5 instead of a 6-6 that we're going to get out of them. But Power World has a lot to prove to me on how well this attack can work, because I think your cheekiest pusher is in fact Yoru, but then your initiator for your blinds, really the pure blinds, comes out of your breach. Glorious Minds doesn't care about any of that. They put that barrier mesh down to just cover their backside, and they're just aiming for heads.
We've been talking about how much agents play a role here, but Glorious Minds on and on and on again has been electric on the aim. Just precision at its finest as they get kill after kill. Demi has been on this lurk, and look how effective that opens up mid with that kill. Eventually, Glorious Minds does go down. Effective with the classic is Bam, but not effective enough. Demi takes out one, and Redeed, it's done. First round for Power World.
A Cypher that isn't lurking is no friend of mine. And that's exactly where I want them to be. I feel like every Sentinel in certain positions is lurking. And because at this point, if you're not able to have a defensive kind of counterplay to what's pushing against you, you need to be finding those flank angles that ain't no one ready for. Knowing that they're in main, having yourself over into market and just absolutely taking them by surprise gave Power World the chance to be able to go and win that first pistol round, especially with some of the drive that we had going in them. So Spire Academy gonna be looking up against it again. They've not been able to win the opening rounds of these halves.
Not quite. Demi's not gonna be much of a friend. They're not lurking here. Sorry, Hellmonk. They're sticking with the team right now. And it's proven to be effective. Jack already pushing up, pushing through. How about an extra kill on the site? They've got it cleared away. They've got it dominated. And you asked about this Yoru on attack, and man, is it effective? They're trying to move around, and they can't even get there quick enough for the extra kills. Power World makes quick work.
I mean, Jack got 2, and then he started inspecting his knife on the way to backside. You either get a Yoru that does not know how to sit their utility, or one that basically is part of Cirque du Soleil and is just doing tricks above you, and you just get to have a seat to stare and watch. So good couple of first rounds there for Power World. Spire Academy again, they're going to be into that Bismaya, but Power World has made it expensive for them every round.
See how expensive these engagements are, and how Power World can invest in the right fights. Talking about a round or short range is going to be the key. Clearly not for Glorious Minds, already having that Vandal. But I expect in other scenarios where a Stinger is in hand, such as that Jack who's back in mid with the spike holder. Those are going to be they look to. TP's even set there, out and around in mid, so B immediately becomes a threat. They're going to TP in, and yeah, B site, definitely the objective.
They know the pressure is coming because of the paranoia. They saw that come through, and now you have this one way, which is really where the effectiveness of Cypher is planted up. You have to set that up after the initial wall goes forward, and now it looks like they're trying to commit into B, but they're going to have this rotation, thinking differently about it. They're going to TP away over into mid, and this is actually being very well read by Spire Academy. They're trying to mirror them, but it depends on how deeply and how impactful Demi's going to be. They find that first pick, and that could be just enough.
Credit to Avian. Quick trade there. I think that Cypher got a little too aggressive, a little too confident trying to get the second pick. They could have held down this site and had a much better site hold, but already Bam has moved through CT, already striking through the site. They don't want to wait on this retake. They want to move now. Bam trying to get away with the blast packs. What a spray into the smoke, taking down Arlian and redeemed. Bam through sight, taking them all down.
Oh, man. That's a third for Bamarino just to make sure they finish it off. But wow, that was just a fistful of good fortune. Honestly, you put just straight in the middle of the smoke and you say, all right, let's see if we can hit something. They do. They take that spin around wall and bam, they've been crispy with the shots, but they come out even better about it when they're able to have good luck on their side. At times, that's just what you need. But Spire Academy, they escaped that one, not allow the bonus to occur for Power World. And they had 3 guns remaining, so it's going to be a much more even venture. And you already have the showstopper in line, which I think is why Bam is setting up so aggressively here to elbow.
Well, it's been aggressive in general for Bam. They committed way off A site and allowed for that easy plan to happen. And I mean, I guess they're aggressive enough to just retake immediately. I'm just not so sure that's going to continue to work out here throughout the half. Granted, they know they don't have the steep gun advantage this time around, so we'll see how it plays out. Mid, again, a focus point of Power World. It makes sense. They don't have that explosive comp like Spire Academy did on attack, so they're trying to find space and take it where they can.
This seems to be a same playbook mindset of Power World taking a page away from Spire Academy. They're just doing it a bit sooner because of what we have this early round differential. It's gonna be the high-low. They're gonna walk in the decoy. That's gonna be a big flash, and they put them both down to half. And that's actually gonna be finished off as Aurelian was not down checked. They actually had the aftershock getting the first pick, and then they worked for the second. No one checked the corner, especially from the one-way. So the Swedish man just lives on, and you have this 3v3 later on.
Wow, Demi. So patient. Oh no, the wrong shot to take. As Vandal can't keep up and nobody turned around. Too much utility to even hear that Debbie's behind them. Of course, Valorant just waiting for Debbie to cook here. And there you go. They cooked enough. Oh, Spire Academy, not keen to the lurk.
Wow. I've always thought about that. Like, I feel like I just have really good headphones, but I feel like I hear all the things at all times around in every place.
Oh.
But when you have that many utility pieces just exploding, being used, then suddenly no one turns. You're like, oh, cool, I'll just take advantage of this. Nice. Then it just kind of works out.
Well,
So-
and you're also communicating, right?
Yeah.
You're also talking, you're also listening to your teammates. There's a lot of sound input to have. I don't think we talk enough about how managing that information can be so effective. And oh yeah, that's a tough way to go out if you are Spire Academy. They need to make a big push here, and Bam's ready to do just that. Pressing in with the classic, getting the first kill on the Arleon, the MVP of the last round. That could be a title shift for Spire.
Yeah, this is going to be their need for a thrifty as well. They don't really have any weapons to go and wholesale fight against it. The dimensional drift. Seeing the Yoru in the other dimension doing exactly that is so just funky. But they go straight up into some support positions to be able to fight this 2v2. The Neural Theft is online if they want to use it. Doesn't look like they're going to expend it. If they did, and if they do, they would know that they're coming in 2x2 from backside. They may actually get aggressive as you actually have the quick blind. They get one. They have to spin right around the corner. Jack finds a couple, and they are 2 away from taking this first round.
Spire need a heartbeat sensor on Jack to take him out immediately every single round. It feels like the effectiveness, and you know, we talked about it because Spire's composition on attack was more explosive. It was a little more geared towards those sight hits, but the creative factor comes in so heavily with Jack, but also just with the pop smoke, the pop flash, excuse me. The downward flash will always rise above the smoke, no matter where in the smoke you are. So that's one of the most effective usages of Yoru, and Jack does it excellently.
Smart Yoru play, not my rank. Crazy. But these Immortals really showcasing their mechanical superiority, how they want to be able to play it. They're going to use that gate crash to move around, but this also becomes how Aurelian is going to try and play against it. Though they get flashed out, it takes a moment for the flashpoint to be able to find them. You know, he's going to get rid of them. He's going to try and use that annihilation off of the ricochet as well, but no dice. At least pinging that they're going to go for that plan. It's a 4v4. Demi will lay one low.
And really for Spire, how you're working through main is going to be so important. You want to kind of time this with the team so you can pinch people, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do. But try as you may, it's not going to be effective. They get gunned down in the head. Every single one of those last 4 kills was a headshot. The precision from Pow World, it's too much to bear.
Oh boy. Okay, so 1 away for Pow World. Let's check out this buy as well, because I feel like this is going to be a do or die round 1. Spire Academy falling behind, and I think that we have maybe some rifles, and Bulldogs seem to be at least kind of purchased up a few different agents. But Pow World is in a place of superiority. I don't know if they want to play with pace. They've been very methodical, meticulous about where they want to go, and I don't think they're going to change up how that works. But you do have at least a push up by Bam, who was taking over mid and then some.
Yeah, we have that push up, and that's going to provide tons of information. It's going to tell them exactly where Pow World are. This is what you got to do for Spire Academy. Find that info first and crash onto the site. So you don't allow for an easy entry for Pow World. But it might get easy for Spire as they do take out Jack and maybe more. Avian gets one, but Glorious Minds does work. It's a 1v1 already. Mookie has the blind flash out. Oh no, the flashpoint. They didn't know where they were. Pow World close it down in an explosive finish. They were unbelievable on attack.
Unrelenting and just nonstop force. I thought maybe that team would struggle just a little bit, but no, you're not going to struggle when a player like Glorious Minds is going absolute galaxy brain. 25-11. It's the 2 Sentinels for the side of Pow World here, Pyro, that really were the most impactful.
Well, if you want to go back and check what the right comp to go for on Sunset is, maybe it's that Sentinel focus, but let's be honest. Glorious Minds, I truly believe this player could have been on any single agent and would have been just as effective. This player on the aim, on the precision prowess is unbelievable. So credit due there to Power World. They take that first group stage win. How about we do some more group stage action? Hail Monkey Man, are you up for that? We saw Ascent 2.0. Now we're going over to Bind with DGN versus Royalty. Royalty closing in on maybe a similar win that we saw from Power World. And how about this? We're jumping straight into the action.
Yeah, a match already in progress. Royalty is 2 away from securing their first round win, but it's been really about DGN just kind of falling into a bad, precarious situation. We may be all of 1 round away. Royalty really coming in a big identity that obviously, if you are in these early rounds, you're trying to just get your best foot forward. Groups are rough here, Pyro. You cannot fall behind too far, and Bind is one of those kind of very measured, but also very kind of tough to get momentum going type of maps.
It can be. I agree. Bind, it still remains one of my favorites, though, because of how I feel like simplistic it is, especially if you take out those TPs. I mean, you just got 2 entry points to either side. That's it. Trailblazer's gonna just crack on down through this short entryway. Total allowing maybe an entry with that cage, but Gunner, true to their name, says no way. Operator in hand, and see you later. Takes out 2. Gunner on that operator. Who's smoking right now for TGN? Because it is not working out right now. And this could be
Oh man, it's very well gonna be. The plan is down. They're in U-Haul, and they didn't even get to use their ultimate. It's gonna be a flawless to end out round number 1 for Royalty. And Neon with an operator hitting shots. Put that on my bingo card, I guess, and I'll save it for next time.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card. And a whirlwind of a Bind finish was not on my card either, but credit to the winners there. Royalty getting a win over DGN Esports. Saw the effectiveness there from the team, and Gunner, yeah, that Neon on the op. How about that? So DGN gonna hope that they get a bounce back in the group stage. But hell, let's discuss what we've talked about for the majority of this first round time. Power World getting that win over Spire Academy. It was one of the most barn-burny first halves that we've seen. An incredible defense from Power World, but an explosive 5-pronged attack almost every single round from Spire Academy. That was like this epic clash that ended in Power World just overtaking on attack.
Yeah, and it was the likes of Spire Academy. They didn't get, I think, what, 1 round? They only got 1 round in the second half. It was a very close battle of ideals. You had structured for offense, structured for defense, and then when they flipped, only one side really knew how to effectively finish out the match. So round 1, that goes over to Spire Academy. The other side, we got to see Royalty just take care of business against DGN, but we've got even more group stage action going into it, as we're going to flip over back to Bear Light, who's going to guide us the rest of the way before we get into even more of the competition. What's up, Bear?
Chilling as always. We're excited to bring you more of the scores from around this league after a couple of banger startups here in the group stage. Usually it takes a little bit of time for these teams to really warm up and get their treads going, but it seemed like everybody was ready from the get-go. Now that's kind of a shocking, finish there as Power World with the 13-6 upset, if you will, over Spire Academy. And also across the way, we had Royalty with the victory over DGN, as you saw on your screen just momentarily, just a minute ago, rather. And Falcons 13 over Knights 2. Both of those teams came in as free agent teams, meaning they haven't played with one another coming in. So the Falcons really found their groove early. A big story in that definitely has to be those players coming together and vibing off the bat, rather than taking a little bit of time to get into it. Torque, as part of that team, a senior, has been playing in these Stay Plugged In events very frequently, and also had a big game in that one to propel Falcons to that big victory. Aiden and Spiky, also the seniors for Team Falcons there with the 13-2 victory, definitely making a statement piece as far as their seeding goes coming in. But they got to get to the bracket first, and that means they have a couple of matches left, so they'll look to continue the same. Other results here: Stride Champs 13 over VHP Peroxide 3, so 13-3 victory for Stride Champs as they go on. Doggy as well, I believe it's pronounced Doji, maybe? D-O-G-I-E. Please correct me in chat if you're chilling in here. But either way, they're going to take a victory as well through the group stage. That's all we have as far as results to this point in time. But we do want to remind you that Spin Stim Labs with Stay Plugged In is one of the many things that we offer here at Stay Plugged In. We'll do build-outs for you. And we know, again, that as an organization that hosts dozens of live events each year, Stay Plugged In does understand the importance of providing players a great space to compete. Providing your students with the right equipment, software, network, and curriculum can set your team apart from your competition. Through our Stay Plugged In STEM Labs initiative, Stay Plugged In can help guide you through the process and the physical design and layout of your institution's esports space, and ultimately construct the labs itself to help you engage more STEM learning, community building, and more. It's all about the grassroots here at Stay Plugged In. You can send an inquiry to Renee, that's R-E-N-E, at staypluggedin.gg. Again, that's R-E-N-E, Renee at staypluggedin.gg if you're interested and you can learn more. Even if it's just an introductory email, we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Let's build something great together with Spin Stim Labs. And we talked about it off the rip. We wish when we were that age that we could be part of something like Stay Plugged In to compete in, but to compete with your high school team in a lab like that would be absolutely phenomenal. I don't know what I would do. I'd absolutely would love to go back and have a great place to play and compete like that. More Valorant action coming up just after this break. The group stage will continue. You're watching Carry2College Stay Plugged In 2024.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Carry2College weekend event featuring Valorant, at least on this channel. Hit exclamation point streams. You can see League of Legends as well. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Pyro, and Pyro, there's been a lot of action so far here in our opening rounds of groups.
A lot of action, a lot of fun. Sunset was exciting. Power World getting a mini upset over there against Spire Academy, who had 2 Coca-Cola All-Stars on their team. So it's a Titan slaying kind of day here for the Carry2College tournament. Hail Monkey Man can't wait to get more into it.
Of course, and you guys, if you want to be able to see even more of that action, how about a showcase? The Spin Showcase series is up and ready to go. 2024 is all about getting those kickoffs into the talent, and we're doing it with Valorant over here. But on Saturday, March 16th, it's your next chance to show off your skills and compete for $500 in their prize pool. Signups are open now, so head on over to staypluggedin.gg. That's staypluggedin.gg and register today, and we'll make sure to see you there. If you didn't know what SPIN stood for, it's Stay Plugged In. So, you know, context clues, boom. But some of the clues that are going to be needed into our next round is what our players will need to do, as we will have to go to bind.
We'll have to go to bind. I'm a bind fan. I thought we were just talking about this. We like bind. We're a fan of it. As a Killjoy main, that is the only site I have lineups on as well with my swarms. So it's just a personal fan favorite of mine. We got Team Miracle, we got Team Magic, and we're looking to see who is going to be the favorite on this map. Fun fact here about our Team Magic. I think it was Hail Monkey Man. 2 Coca-Cola All-Stars on that squad.
Yeah, you got Retro, the senior, and the junior in Toasty. So we're going to see if maybe a little bit of magic can be asserted from that squad. But otherwise, Magic is going to be playing onto defense. And they've whipped out a couple of duelists. You get the Phoenix being brought into this matchup. We've often seen double controllers, sometimes even double initiators. But double duelist seems very aggressive, especially from a defensive side standpoint.
It certainly does. But it also allows for them to take space early. Those flashes from the Phoenix, for some reason, every Phoenix knows the perfect time to send that curveball out and flash you right in the face. No time to dodge it. So we'll see if that comes out, of course, from our side of the defenders, which is Magic. Miracle, on the other hand, they've got that raise as well. I feel like it's not bind if you don't have raise. Explosive entries on either site are offered here. But I don't think I saw a single Killjoy, and that's fine. Cypher, I feel like, is a mainstay as a Sentinel here in this game of Valorant, but yeah, it just hurts a little.
Just a tiny bit. I think what's really going to be very telling about what Miracle does here as well, they have the double initiator. You're going to be getting some of that distance intel off of the Sova. Then the Breach is going to come in and be loud and proud alongside that raise. But it's the Chamber. Chambers are a bit difficult to attack with, but defensively are insanely strong for counter-offensive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to expect that Chamber on attack to hold those long sides, but right now on A site, they're actually the only one that's short, kind of lurking. It's a shower entry to kick things off. Trailblazer going to get a little bit of info, a little bit of stun, but the entry has already begun. The A side Miracle doing work, but also getting the work put into him from the behind. Goes Mask to get one out of the area. A little bit of smoke shenanigans. Oh God, Tiger jumping right into the fray as Lily picks him off. Spikes down. Little hope here for Seta, but how about a kill for their hope?
They never masked their approach, but Seda also just hung out in the corner. They look left real quick, the Australian blinks at you, and then boom, they go to the ground. But still, with 10 HP, Seda's gonna have to hit shots in the biggest way possible from a classic. No save for that. They're gonna have at least a tiny bit of extra damage, but they are very separated like you were talking about, and that spike is between this cross.
Yeah, what do you do here? I mean, obviously you don't save. You gotta go for it. You gotta whip something up. You gotta isolate your fights. No util, no health. It's not looking good, but your back's against the wall. Sometimes that's what proves to be champion moments. Sighting out that shower area. That's clear. Chance to take out Lily. There's the headshot. Only one more headshot to take. Paint shells out. Sighted out is the Cypher. Locked into the paint shells and into the gunfire as well. Seda isolating fights and taking down Magic one by one.
There was only one way for Magic to lose that fight, and it was separating each other. They got too curious. Maybe not even aggressive, just a little bit like, where'd they go? I've been told that they've had at least 90 damage done to them to bring them down to pretty low. I think they're an easy kill. Someone, the IGL may be like, they're one shot. You can go and get them. And that one swung away. Miracle stole that round.
I'm imagining just Seda bending around, dodging bullets like the Matrix. Only one needed to hit there. Crazy. But we'll see one hit there. Yeah, Milk Drinker. That's what I was talking about. Of course, it's not long, but it is these initial lurk angles that say, go ahead and try to catch us off guard. Go ahead and flank. Oh, no. Oh, Toasty. Oh, Toasty. No, not going to work out with this shorty. Bold as ever. Didn't pick the right time to move out of the smoke. Miracle looking solid at the start of round 2.
Only a bit of damage, and that was done off already from that sky smoke. And so far, no magic in the gang. Seeing the best use out of those two all-star. Quick pop as Lily at least does render out the hero that is Seda, but it's a bulldog bot up and on the advantage for Miracle. They only drop one gun in total, and they're gonna have a pretty healthy bonus pyro as we work into the third. If you're Magic, you know you lost that first round. You simply just kind of, you say, all right, it was just a weird pistol. We move on.
Absolutely. Yeah, you try and see if you can get a kill or two on round number 2, maybe farm an orb, but outside of that, their focus is on this next round. What I'm curious on about Magic is, are they still going to play a bit aggressive on defense? Because the Chamber on Miracle is doing a great job of picking off those flankers. That's great info here for Magic. I'm surprised to see that early info still taken out of the nerf to Sky. Less guiding lights available in each round. So they're not going to have as much for the entry, that or the retake. Anyway, let's talk about the entry. Let's get that util out. Boombot, as well as the drone is there. Aegis takes out Toasty. Mask finding a kill right back onto the Sova. And this is difficult for Miracle on A site. Excuse me, B. So we transition to A.
It's a bit difficult. They find just an ounce of resistance, but they know they have the audible play because they took down 3. They're going to have the weapon buy up. Magic, or rather Miracle, they have that man advantage, and they actually, moving against Magic, have been able to really take some weapons away, and they're just doing it with Spectres. Seda finds one in Mask, and now it's up to Magic with just Lily left alive, a Vandal in hand. There could be some free weapon upgrades if they want to sprint away over to A or more, but they're just holding down these entryways here, Pyro, and now I think Lily's being told, save, go away, be able to last another day.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I think Seda might have heard Lily actually rush and sprint away, so Miracle, an easy job evading the site, and actually they're hunting down this kill, which I love. Lily hears this. Do we take a peek? Okay, we do take a peek. How about that? All right. I like it, Lily. You got the gun, you got the confidence as well, maybe to get that kill, but hell, Magic, they need some confidence. They need a pat on the back here because nothing's working out so far.
That is our first bonus of the day, by the way, as they are able to find their third, and that was a lot of expensive weapons now all falling out of the hands of Magic. They're going to have the one hero rifle, and then otherwise, I believe they're going to be playing much more around some...
Oh, wait, this Raisin Phoenix. Hold on. This could get super interesting for Magic. If they decide to push out on this, they are going to do it. Curveball takes out Seda. Oh, the blast back exit. Responding with the aftershock of the bait shells just to get that space back. Magic almost took an early advantage. They will with the kill onto the chamber, but how much will that pave the way for this round?
What a mindful use of their blast pack out of Seda as well, recognizing that they were basically dead to rights off of the curveball blind and that they had to use that blast to be able to at least put themselves off position so that it wasn't a free kill. That it's still one player dropped for Miracle, which is one of the best looks that we've had so far out of Magic. And the self-healing that you can at least get from the hot hands for Magic on their Phoenix is going to keep them up to about halfway. So Seda's now looking for that aggressive lurk. You were talking about it before. How often would they do it? So Seda's being at least mindful of that. And now they're kind of stuttered here.
And I mean, it's not even about just that flank. It's more so talking about that chamber who is lurking. They might have got a little too aggressive there on A short, dying so quickly, and that gives Magic an advantage to work with. Surely they hear the showstopper, they hear all that and think it's gonna be a B hit. They've got the numbers there. They're prepared for it, but this is a lot of fabricated sound. They get a push on it. Surely they will. Retro gets one. Lily's good for another. Those Outlaws as Vandals proving the way to victory. Seda the last to be gunned down, and Magic hold their ground.
Cypher on the side for Magic was just sitting on A on camera, like, all right, there sure is a lot of noise over there, but you guys let me know.
I mean, that TP, it was effective last round. You never know when it's gonna come, right?
That's true. It's a Toasty just chilling. Operator seems to be coming up, and that's going to be going over for Milk Drinker, because you know that's what you do. That you kind of hyper cycle your extra creds in for your chamber to be able to really buy high. And there's gonna be some more buffs coming to chamber as well. So if they're doing well with what they got, I can't imagine what they're gonna do with even more of those golden gun shots.
Yeah, you know what? I could go for the age of no chamber again. I'm perfectly fine with that. Yes, I am, because the age when he entered the scene was too much to bear. Zeta, everyone from Magic in their gunfire as well, too much to bear. Tag gets a cage spray onto Toasty, so Miracle looking to get right back in that driver's seat.
I can hear the pain of a Killjoy main. I really can.
Thank you.
The tears, those German tears. Well, they're gonna try and engineer their way back onto site as Magic wants to be able to get this retake, and it's the Milk Drinker who can hang out freely into showers. Oh boy, orbital strike, and Lily will get taken out, chipped at their feet, actually shot from behind by their doppelganger, and that was Miracle. I mean, they let one through, but they got another one right after.
I'm looking for the Lily rebound here. That was not their round. They tried throwing a stim for Keen and hit the stim off the wall. It bounced right back at them, so they only stimmed themselves, and then they stood up to evade the orbital strike. It was just bad to worse, and it's sometimes the little things that compound into a bad round. So Magic, they got to find a way around these early picks from Miracle, especially with this operator from Milk Drinker. They got to stand their ground on sites, and the only round they did win was when they took out Milk Drinker early. So you wonder if they want to continue to play a little more patient here.
To Lily's credit, I've never outran a late either. So, not in my regular gym pursuits. I go for the old mile run, and I pray that my ankles stay together. Right now, Miracle, they're trying to break the ankles of Magic, but you're actually having at least two swing back over to A, as they've been really applying a lot of pressure here early on B. Bit of conditioning being done to Magic, and yet Mask is kind of waiting it out, and they're going to have to run away from that extra damage. Some of the splash is going to take them down in less than half, and that's just how powerful that Aftershock really is.
They buffed it, man. It's not 3, it's 2 now. And that's just so much damage to take even just one hit of it. I think you get rid of that. You hold on to that guiding light. You get out of there. But what do I know? These players know so much better. They got that info. They know the entrance is upon them. You wonder what they can do about it. They're storming through. Who got that? Oh, wait, they do have that kill. Toasty and Keen working together to get a couple. Now they've got to get on the spike. Oh, the Hunter's Fury. Toasty can't survive. Tag picks up a couple, and Keen, you got to take out 2 before you even try to defuse. Tag holds true, and Miracle up another.
Tag doing a fantastic job right now. That has been working around not just their own ultimate, but pretty much everyone else's, and really able to be that brim that stays behind the lines, or at least into an aggressive position to secure a round. So in the first half in this first 6, Miracle have been just affluent in violence and able to get rid of Magic, and then outplaying them and outskirting them whenever they want to make these rotations. And it's pushed Magic into a bad eco situation. I see a judge. Maybe that will have some impact this round.
Oh my goodness, impact like directly right now. Keen wants it now, immediately gets one and paint. Oh no, it was Retro. Retro, they're on the raise. Took out their teammate. Oh man. No. Mask. Whew. All right, they got it. We're good.
A little scary. Memes galore. Toasty with 3 marksman shots. It's as good as an operator if you hit the head, and apparently they click 3 and they're dead. Magic. Need a little magic, a spark of it right there. Wow. Okay. Toasty coming out on top, and it was just all on their shoulders.
The rabbit out of the hat was the Marshall play indeed. Sometimes it just comes down to that aim. Again, I'm reminded of Glorious Minds in the last match we saw. They were on the Sentinel, but still just popped off with the aim. That's the same thing you're seeing from Toasty. Put them in the position of taking those frags and watch them work. Magic starting to get something under their feet to take a steady approach to the rest of this half.
If there was ever a time to really highlight a Coca-Cola All-Star, it's right there. And they may be able to add that to their resume, but it's also going to be Mask and Toasty that are left in a bad situation as they are stunned out, being pushed by the Rolling Thunder. Earthquakes galore, trying to turn this one into a fault line. And now you have the Orbital Strike as they're laying space lasers. It's Toasty that continues to be on this killing spree as they're not letting Miracle through for free.
Killing spree is right. That's 5 in a row, but Toasty's sighted. Still trying to find a good avenue out to hold this spike. Two left in Hookah. He's taking pop shots towards the head, trying to get one. Good spray control there as that lands head level, but Miracle doing a better job of staying out of it. Seda does finally find Toasty, a death we thought we would never see occur. Mask has those cabbages ready to let free in a dire moment. But with 40 seconds and the spike held, it looked to be all right.
Look how deep, exactly what I was about to talk about. Keen was all the way on that flank angle, and they were not going to let them rotate. So now you're very much stuck between a rock and a hard place, cat and mouse, and you have very separated from your own spike. Kahara needs to swing into Garden, and Seda at least gets rid of Keen, so it becomes a 2v3. They're going to have that, at least the recon dart. They know one's there, but it becomes all of a decoy as they play, doing the math, having the angles, maybe the calculator coming out from the application, but no, Lily. They get the wallbang headshot onto Seda. A bit of redemption. Magic grabs a third.
Kahara did so well of holding that angle from Garden, and then the second they pull out the shock dart, they get killed. I feel that. That's such a Valorant moment, is to pull out your util and immediately get peeked. That's the way it goes, but these players know it better than the rest. We've got that Ascendant Immortal lobby here, and they're showcasing their stuff here. Magic starting to come back here, Hale. Yeah.
They very much are, and I want to see what we can get out of this tour de force, because this is kind of a half buy. You're going to have some forceful eco. You're going to actually have to run it back, and that's going to end up finding no value as Aegis retrieves and finds some reprieve from the pressure that Keen was blasting out with. But that is actually going to be a showstopper, and they're flying away from him. It's aerial superiority, but it's going to be Kahara and Tag finding 2 big turns as well, as they were coming from straight out of the teleporter, but now it's a 3v1. Toasty taking on them all.
Oh boy, Toasty, do it to him. Start spraying. There's one. Aegis is out, and well, Toasty is as well. They say, I need the express path out of this situation. Hookah getting hot and heavy. Miracle want to do quick work here. Short work of grabbing the spike. Good on them. Probably didn't expect to get gunned down there. Toasty, there is no safe spot on this map. That much is true of Bind. And Lily, it is a guessing game. Did Miracle stick around to play this site? Or are they turned around? No. Oh, Lily Pixels determine whether they're on it or not. That might have been a teammate that told them, no, you saw somebody. They turn around, out of the smoke, get one. But Miracle, they've got numbers, they've got the round.
It wasn't even the tour de force that had to be anything. It was simply scrappy fights from straight out of the teleporter. What a play. It was Magic that thought they could be able to take Miracle by surprise. They just kind of squeezed them on the entry into Hookah. But just that one turned to a 50-50. That one ended up just being Valorant moments kind of in definition, not on timing of util, but simply finding the fights whenever they end up happening, pixels away from staying on site and maybe subverting Miracle's expectations. I see a Bucky on defense, by the way. I want to see if that ends up being a big Magic.
Yeah, the judge was great at the start for Magic, but the Bucky, it's going to be a more passive approach this time. Already entering to A site, though, is Miracle. Starting to get that space available. They've smoked it out. They've reconned it as well. Got the plant down, so it all comes down to this retake of Magic, which is in quick fashion. Oh, but they can't manage it. Seda holding down Lamp with the judge. Keegan does get that bucket kill on the rotate around. And now it's what they could do from short.
Lily, Soul Survivor hanging out on site, and it becomes a 2v2. And now they find one more. It's all up to the U-Haul presence, and they're trying to be able to even spray. They didn't get it halfway, and that's another clutch up. This one by Seda. They get a 3K to end it out. Another heroic moment by Miracle with Seda at the helm.
Say their name. Unbelievable. Judge from Lamp, upgrade to the Vandal, and only the head is peering from the exact angle of where Magic is looking, but still, they made the 2 kills necessary for the clutch. Unbelievable from Seda to keep Miracle in the driver's seat.
Seda tells his team, as they're requesting that they go win, to say less, as they simply go forth and conquer. So now they're going to bundle up as they have this lurk. I like this position. You got the chamber over into looking to see if there's going to be an aggressive push by Magic onto that flank position, and maybe even securing site as they make a way. And that is going to act. It's going to see what they can get. Maybe clear some angles, especially off of them. They're going to go to higher ground. They're looking to fully take over B, but also already the flank sky as well as we're into elbow.
Yeah, Toasty says, yeah, I love that judge last round. Oh, wow, why don't you get a little taste of it? They get that, but he just gets theirs. How about Kahara as well on top of this box? Half health, but more than half of a belief that they can do work here. 3 left to take down from Magic, and they're all cooped up from elbow to CT, trying to find the right way to pinch in, but 2 of them on very minimal HP. If they take these fights, they've got to take them as intelligently as they can. No intelligence offered from the spy cam. Toasty, that camera's taken down immediately, trading weapons. Toasty says, yeah, fine, I'll take the judge. I'm not surviving anyway. Recon dart out. You know exactly where they are. And if Toasty can get some space here, he cheeky kill with that judge is going to push in. Oh, but no, taken out from the other angle. Lily, at all times, is that last player alive. And, well, with a headshot, they've got one, but I don't think they've got the time or the wherewithal to get the round. Miracle, hold on.
Miracle looking a lot stronger, and honestly, there was such a tight wall positioning there by Kahara, as they were actually just kind of dead shoulder to metal, waiting for the entry from that CT position, and they could have actually stayed off since they had the Hunter's Fury. They still have that one online, which means that Miracle has yet another weapon. They're going to be trying to use that going into this final round of the first half. You have the Orbital Strike and the or rather the running back for Magic if they want to get aggressive or simply be able to have a fun retake.
Yeah, I want to see if Miracle kind of hold that Hunter's Fury for post plant. But, of course, they got to get that plant down. If they're looking at a site, they're looking at already a TPing Phoenix and a site held by Chamber Utility. This is not going to be an easy entryway, especially with Toasty hanging out in that sky smoke, getting the kill with the judge. Okay. Immediately traded, but Miracle do take some space on site. This is cheeky, though. We've got Keen from Shower with Seda watching that exact position. Plant's still not down. Orbital Strike is out. That's going to delay it even further, and Keen is down. Smart Miracle, baiting out that Orbital Strike, taking out the rotator of Keen, taking out Retro from Heaven. They've got this round if they want to initiate that 9-3 curse. Hunter's Fury is out, finding just about nobody except for Mask, and Mask is unmasked. Their location is known, and they're down to the ground. Seda finds one, and it's just one more Showstopper eliminated by Lily. Will this be the ultimate clutch from Heaven?
It's going to be really tough, and I don't know if Lily left their angel wings at home or otherwise, but they're going to have to drop down in from Heaven, and as soon as they do, they're going to be off balance. Aegis finishes them off from U-Haul, and we go into a 9-3 curse territory. Magics and Miracles, literally the titles of our team, and that's what Magic is going to need if they intend to take this on attack.
You know what? I'll work with the play on words. Magic needs the Miracle. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. Miracle just appear to have that upper hand in so many of these rounds. They're playing their ultimate usage super well. And Miracle, they expected that Orbital Strike and baited it out. They expected the flank from Keen, baited it out, got the immediate kill. They have a read on Magic right now, but it's up to them to have the reads on defense. Now, they've certainly got that Sentinel usage of Chamber, but maybe the double duelist comp of Magic can overpower it.
see what ends up happening from out of that squad, because honestly, when you have this chamber is so good as long as they're hitting their shots, and Milk Drinker has been doing that for the majority of this matchup. But you also have the just omnipresence and push that can happen from both a Raze and a Phoenix. Now they also have that lurk happening with Toasty all the way to mid A. They're going to play much more decisively, and that's a couple of big kills as Tag is able to get at least one off of the Molly. Toasty still looking for the counterinsurgency as they're dueling with Aegis on the opposite side, and that more or less secures B, except for one. Kahara still in that backside elbow position, going to see if they can win at least some of these 1v1s, if they can isolate these fights.
Isolate and hopefully maybe wait for their teammate as well if
Maybe
they can get there, but yeah, with that lurking Cypher, it's gonna be tough. Kahara, oh, crosshair at head's length, but not able to get there. Seda certainly. I feel like Seda's always good for one, but in terms of the point total, it's gonna be none on this one, unless Seda can get another incredible clutch. We've seen them in the 1v3 succeed before, but the flashback's gonna put them nowhere. It's just gonna explode in their face, along with the gunfire of Keen to solidify the Magic win.
that's at least one. Magic wins it on the attack, and we know that this is going to be a more favorable position for them, especially Miracle. Just a tale of fighting on too much split. Obviously, it's a pistol round, and obviously that you can't really have, you know, a full measure of them. So I want to see what happens after the bonus, if that ends up being the case. Magic will have the buy up, at least in particular, and that's why Miracle. Well, they're not exactly structured for kind of a gamble stack. They're still going for kind of a 2-3 split, but they make it aggressive, sending Milk Drinker out into main.
See what to go for here. Might even be a quick flank there, as Miracle are working that B side very heavily. Ooh. Yeah, Aftershock could do some damage there. I think what's really doing damage is that early info, though, from Miracle. I mean, already Magic are going to be pinched from short. Oh, this could get interesting. No, Kahara does go down. Can't get the read on him. Or can't get the surprise. But maybe Milk Drinker can. Oh, Milk Drinker in such a cheeky spot right now. Can they pick off one? Surely, right?
Yeah, right.
That's
Well,
doesn't know.
they do.
Ah,
Okay.
there it is. The headhunter. Yeah. Right on the retro.
Now they have to look behind them. This is the one key feature. They're like, wait a minute, there was more than one flanker on the world, and so now he just trades position, goes the other way. He's just one-handing this effort. Magic is leaving themselves with just 30 seconds. They know they have the weapon diff. They still have to get to sight, and now they have to deal with the idea that Milk Drinker is in fact behind them, so they don't exactly have a safe backside. Miracle gonna push on in, gonna get stunned out, and they're actually playing for the TP. That is a very smart idea considering how much time they pushed onto A. They have a more or less free look into B.
Genuinely, that's the one avenue they can take to work this quick attack. TP usage more so came out from B long, but this time it's from that quick A to B transition. Info gathered there from Mask with the Trailblazer, and that's gonna allow Keen to get that smoke spray on the Aegis. Shorty out. Will it be loud and proud here? Will it get through the guiding light? Good for 2 shots, but not for the kill. Keen still taking him out. And this spike's been planted for too long. There is no hope for Miracle. Magic, another in the second half.
Just sky things. Flashing yourself when someone's running you down with a shorty, and yet you surviving as your teammate takes them down, and both shots can't kill you from distance. Just sky things, you know. Magic, they do find the first couple in this round. And look how streaky the timeline really is. You get 3, then 2, then 4 if you're Miracle, but really we're dominant in that first half. You're looking for Magic to maybe find the same bonus that Miracle did. But they're going to have now weapons in hand. And this is going to be at least a peak and not quite a crash, even though they could do so to try and work their way over to B. Their total composition save Cypher is really kind of meant for speed. It would have kind of depended on if they went with maybe a no Sentinel or a different one, but they're going to be poking from hookah.
It's speed, but it's also speed from adaptation. I mean, the change they made to hit that TP late in the last one worked so effectively. Now that's their speed on the entry. Keen and Master good for 1 each for that plant. They take out just about everybody on site. Milk Drinker is lurking from elbow, saying, all right, call in the reinforcements and then we'll push on. Aftershock activated here along with the flashpoint. They want to attack and they want to do it now through the sky smoke. Aegis works that first kill. Toasty gets a trade and Mask gets yet another. It's all up to Milk Drinker. They're good for one. Reload there, but still 2 more to take out.
They're going to be caught in a cross. One very hurt player, but Toasty, the clutch up Cypher. They press on effect. They're going to TP away. Don't know exactly where they are, but they have to assume that they're at least nearby. Lily has been the last survivor a time or two. They're going to ping it, put the brim stem down, and they can't complete it on the first one, which means they got to go all in on the defuse. They're going to get the kill, but not the win. And in fact, they're going to lose their gun. Milk Drinker can't quite clutch up. And that is a bonus completed, but no one's got guns remaining going next round.
Yeah, no guns there, but a lot of gun power, a lot of clutch presence there from Lily. How often did we Magic? Lily's kind of the last one available, trying to get the defuse, can't really work it, but this time the post plant from Lily was perfect. Hit away in that cubby, played for time, and secured that 3rd win in a row for Magic. That's a pivotal round, Hale. You can't get around it. This is Magic's key to coming back.
It is an unseen statistic as well as skill to simply survive when it comes to Valorant. Sometimes that means that you end up playing a little bit more passive in backline, but if you are a Brim, you're providing a lot of smoke cover, and you're also providing a lot of utility to your teammates. So Lily having the mindfulness to stick around and stay alive, be it cat and mouse or be it just kind of waiting out things, has actually helped them a time or two, and at least to extend some of these rounds. See if they be able to turn this corner right out in mid. Mask is able to at least get rid of Seda, and Lily helping out to get down Aegis.
Yeah, saved Retro there. Blast back right into the line of fire, but kill occurred quickly enough. The run it back in favor of Retro here, but has to get back in. No more vision, more sighting to be had. Kahara kind of stuck with this Sheriff in the smoke. Really Miracle looking for a pick if they can find it on this save. Kind of tucked away in this round. Yeah, this is the exact desperation effort that I was expecting from them. But Milk Drinker with the Vandal does get the headshot to go. And so they say, what more can we actually make out of this? Stimmed as well. TP set. Lamp is going to be a key here. If they want to get anything else, it's going to be Lamp to TP that Magic look to get away from this engagement from. But they also got to get the kills. Toasty finds 2. And there's Lily to clean up. So, an expected win here from Magic, and they only suffer 1 victim.
I also understand kind of buying into that rifle from the chamber because you were 1 away from your ultimate, and now that is in fact online. So you can afford to get aggressive and be a little bit of a hero and have them move over to the tour de force. So you're going to have that golden operator on the field. They'll have a full save moving into this round while everyone else is in fact buying. So it's this kind of weird flip and stagger between the two, but Miracle has not won a round going into this one. We talked 9-3 curses, and this one's looking like a blessing for the side of Magic.
And this is bind too, right? You know, it tends to be one-sided, but yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about a curse activated, could very well be there. But if you want to spell a difference maker, it could be that tour de force. Currently, Milk Drinker holding that from the A site. Toasty's not finding anything out of this. This is Seda wanting to take really any engagement that they can get. And yeah, you almost favor them in a lot of those. Unless Toasty has the Marshall. In that case, I'll give it to Toasty, Hal.
I'd take that. That's fine.
The 3-peat off the Marshall that one round was ridiculous.
Toasty just showing that they could get multiple kills and clutch ups regardless of where they stand and what they use. Yeah. But considering the pressure they showed in Hookah and then drew back with, I'm actually surprised that there is still resistance here. Tag is able to get rid of Retro and Kahara getting keen. So now both duelists are out, and Toasty, even with a stunned up Russian, is still able to shut them down. Now you're gonna have the Aftershock trying to be able to push that presence from out of Hookah, but it is a 2v2, and they're separated, going for this cross position. Milk Drinker now is all alone with a tour de force, and they have to hit these shots.
Yeah, we talked about the impact that this would have. It's time to find that in. Now, I mean, Magic know that that tour de force is out, so they're going to be taking engagements the best that they can. I'm not sure if that Molly was where they wanted it to be. It does help if Milk Drinker tries to jump out of heaven. Otherwise, the head out there. One shot here to count. And it's just not gonna happen. Mask hiding out in that cubby. Magic 5 in a row.
Too real, man. Too real. Yeah, it's just a mentality thing. No big deal. It's just 9-3. It is bind, and it can be streaky. And 5 in a row is now able to break the record of current streaks. We had 2, we had 3, we had 4. Well, 5 are gained by the team that is currently behind, and Miracle are going to be into at least the save. You're going to have that Hunter's Fury if they want to get aggressive and maybe slow down a push by Magic. They have been very measured about where they want to go and hit, and you got to think that that has been really crafted by Toasty.
Toasty's been a near MVP here. Currently on the lurk. Funny enough, Milk Drinker's starting their flank as well, so we'll see if those two clash right now. Keen and Seda. It's Seda with the advantage on the Stinger. And they'll hold on to that space with the paint shell. Smart usage, but actually nobody else to take out. Now, oh, actually one denied of the TP there. As Miracle, Magic look to take that TP and transition over to A site. Aegis already holding this side. Puts on the util, but the showstopper puts him out.
Aegis was trying to get the flash point in order to get aggressive and reswing from around the box. And that's actually Retro that finds 3. Milk Drinker no longer safe. As they were hanging out in mid, they recognized that there had to be one lagging behind. It becomes a 3v2. And the 2 being Miracle, they're going to need something
Seda.
of that. Seda has been a clutch up master. They, in fact, have a better weapon. They got the showstopper. That gets popped, and they're going to be going all the way into showers. You got to expect they're going to be chasing down this kill. They've got to think that they're right nearby.
Oh, Louis couldn't get out of there. And we still got an ult working from Retro. If they can manage this, that's 4. Retro, 1 more for the ace. Go get it. Paint shell's down. The defusal has to happen from Seda, but they're wall banged. Retro, ace, win.
9-9. Retro keeps the streak alive as the Coca-Cola All-Star finds himself in a perfect position to take out their doppelganger and make sure that Seda doesn't get yet another heroic finish on A site. That's always where they were able to get those conclusive enders for their squad. And finally, someone telling them no. This is the turning point right here. That one may have been very well it, but we've now got ourselves into round number 19 here, Pyro. Magic need to pull off tough.
Look at the knife inspect from Retro right before entering the site there, exuding with confidence on top of the boxes, and also well on top of Tag, takes them out. Oh, almost a 7th kill in a row, but they've given the space, they've given Magic everything they need to get that plant down. What an explosive entry.
Playing Titanfall 2 and everyone else playing checkers. Miracle, see if they can hang on, be able to re-hit in this 4v4. Seda getting rid of Lily, no longer the long survivor. Kahara from distance and heaven is able to do the same thing for Mask. And you have a neural theft, but you have to get that via some kills. Keen finds one, not the other. Milk Drinker will get rid of them, and Toasty does find Seda. And it's a great position off of this box. Do they play for the body block? They have the camera. They know they're near side, and they're just gonna go for the full defuse. See if they can go for the weapon. Toasty sees Milk Drinker just so desperately looking for anything to fight him with, but a 3K, and now Magic finally gets a lead.
Take a shot at Milk Drinker, desperately pulling for a gun. That is exactly where Miracle find themselves in this match. Desperation, as it's now 7 round wins in a row from Magic. There's no solution. There's no antidote. And at this point, they're better off digging in the sands of Bind for a result.
They may have to wait for lightning to strike into the sand and form the little glass shield that apparently was all that stood between them and Magic, taking 7 in a row. You're gonna need to have a ton of those in a thick amount to be able to really stave off this attack. Milk Drinker getting rid of one, and Seda doing the same to the other. Has a great couple of first steps. Keen gets rid of Milk Drinker, and away we go. Oh boy, the orbital strike! Oh man, what a place to be.
What a call to make. Says, oh no, they're taking us from TP. All right, hey, I got you, no problem. Now we got a 2v2. And Toasty's been putting in work, but they're on about 10 HP. So
Zeta was too.
Yeah, fair. For them, it's just time to regroup and replan. And boy, do they have the jump on B site. Miracle slow to move off A.
They're going to be waiting it out. Plan going down on the B. And all of Miracle just like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
They were showers.
Oh boy.
What? They ran that fast? Well, they got a brimstone. you can leave it immediately.
They've got the brimstone. They both have the brimstone. More importantly, that rolling thunder is there. So they know. Might as well set up camp on A and then play that strong retake. Lily says, hey, I got a sky smoke in case I do get pushed out. And there goes the rolling thunder. Easily evades it. Sky smoke going down. So they've got the line of sight. And that rolling thunder didn't do a whole lot. It's going to get them half, but how much more will it get them? Toasty pushes out, gets gunned down, but so does Tag and Aegis. Lily on the elbow says, oh, no.
The lone and long survivor in Lily coming out, making sure that if Toasty goes down, that they hit him with the cross. How many in a row is this? 8 in a row for Magic. Miracle, what play do you say that you're going to go for? Kahara looking at a hero rifle, and everyone else, it's a staggered buy. They're going for the near all-in. They're going to get loser credits for the streak that's right in front of them, so they can actually afford to buy a bit more aggressive. That's exactly what they're going to do here. Magic, they're just got to keep this momentum going, but Pyro, Miracle got to stop them at the door.
No one's at the door, Hale.
Yeah, no.
No one's here at Garden. Well, okay, hold on. Got a Sova peering in there, so at least somebody watching, waiting to hit that doorbell. Ring the doorbell. Go. Ring the sirens. Everybody's entering here from Magic. They get 2 immediately. Kahara and Seda are just training dummies for Magic as they push their way in, put that plant down, and are another step ahead and available for the win.
As effective as a scarecrow, and the crows are laughing right now. You have a showstopper online for Retro, but they're going to save that to the very last. Mask is able to get rid of Tag, and it could be a flawless on the way, depending on what they intend to do. You use the Pathfinder. Pretty much know that everyone's just there up and elbow. You have 2 that are stunned, but Keen is going to outgun both Aegis and Milkdringer. And now, Magic, it could be 10 in a row. A flawless second half for Magic if they end up finishing out here in this next round.
Again, like, I don't want to overblow it. We've talked about this. It's bind. It's one-sided on this attack side, but this is still above expectations. This is still flawless. And we've seen Magic adapt to all the creative endeavors of Miracle. They tried that TP run and got 2 right at the start of the round a couple rounds ago. It was looking really good, but then they got orbital struck. And it's like, wow, there really is no answer to Magic right now. They're so speedy on their adaptations. They're infallible at the moment. And one more flawless step from victory.
Gonna hang in tight into showers, which may end up being a fortress of solitude here for this defensive position on A. They're gonna kind of retreat back as both Milkdringer and Tag are there. Make it less. As Retro will find that first pick, and they're going to run with full reinforcements and power. The Pathfinder is going to maybe not see them. This actually could be so advantageous as Retro has the showstopper. They escaped the gunfire. They're wondering exactly what hurt them, but they're behind enemy lines. Mask is able to suss them out.
Yeah, eventually Tag does go down, but so will Kahara in heaven. The showstopper does find one. You gotta hide when that showstopper's still active. Come on now. Seda trying to be that last hope for Miracle, but oh, there's just none available. Flawless is the word to describe it. 10 rounds in a row on attack for Magic to take the win.
A flawless ending to a flawless half to what was not at all flawless of a start for Magic. And yet, look at the spread. Seda could only do so much before everything fell apart at the seams. Toasty really coming alive as the rest of the squad able to get 10 in a row. All right. But on the other side of this, we're going to our other matchup as we're going to be dropping in hot and ready to a match already in progress. We're going to go 1 versus the Falcons. It's going to be about as even as a matchup as this one has been. Field report says, in fact, in front of your faces, it's 10-10, and we are on Icebox.
My ult's not ready.
Wow. Got Sunset, Bind, Icebox. We're really taking the tour today.
Oh, yeah.
Loving this. And how about a tour of the rope? All right, maybe not. The Jet says no. Denied. To the ground, and, well, we saw the ultimate momentum shift in the last round. We'll have to decipher where the momentum is. From what we know, it's been even moving towards this. Oh, we're solid. Resi, solid positioning, and whoa. Okay! There's momentum if you wanted to see any.
Wow. Falcons. They said, you may enter, but you may not leave. And let's check it out. This has, in fact, been a streaky game. This one was 8-4 to start off this first half. And since then, on the other side of it, we flipped that script around. This second round of group stages, Pyro, has been such a, okay, cool. We see you, and we will do you one better to improve onto that next half.
Is it bad that I'm rooting for Falcons because I finally see a Killjoy for the first time today?
Killjoy favoritism. Okay,
it's so overbearing. I'm sorry. I also love Yoru. So we got Bob out here. We got Bob trying to work some magic with that Sheriff in hand. This can either be like the worst thing ever for your team or the most explosive. Yoru with a Sheriff. What a wild card. Positions to take a look at here. Trying to clear as much as possible here. No one around yellow. No one around that rope. Jet as well hanging out on A site. So a lot of options here, but I think Pressix has heard enough here. Is awaiting that entry.
They got found. They escaped after about 40 damage and then some was done to them, but they do get tagged out. But look at that. They're going to call for the rotation, and yet they're not going to execute to sight. They throw up the decoy. Trezzy does, in fact, find the Jet from L1 as they rotate as swift as they can. They're going to use that from the shadows to go all the way in as well, trying to just get themselves a presence on to A. Rather, yes, A. Hitting the headshots. That's going to be Soma that drops at least one.
30 seconds left.
Now it's back to Bob. Bob, he's arrived at the party, but he's, a little late to it.
Yeah, that TP just through behind him was needed much, much earlier to get on the A side as quickly as the rest of the team did there. I will say, big shout out to Torx, because what that should have been was Kizu from the shadows to A site to hold it down for the plant. Instead, Torx on that Viper entered boldly and got 2 frags before going down. So it completely stunted that quick transition from L1 and now puts Falcons 1 point away from victory.
And they have the Viper Pit online as well as a null command, which could be activated from within. So you could have a full shutdown depending on where they want to have that site. They may end up even trying to weaponize that into a retake or just keep it for later in case they really need to. They know someone's in rafters. AO just getting outlined there, but the talk screen is at least momentarily in the way. Now, null command gets active, which means they want to scrap about it. They may actually go into this fight a little bit early.
Maybe the case. Heal provided to Jet after that tough shock dart. Jolt you into a new position for sure. Looking at the high, but gunfire comes low from Torque once again, finding those first bloods. Instrumental for the Falcons holding that position with this shorty. Do we see that Viper spit hell?
No, not yet. They may actually use it if they want to kind of walk their team in. There's a couple here at screens, and they very well could do it. Talk screen goes up. Why even have the Viper's Pit? Because at this point, it'd be just a detriment. They're going to just walk straight into the fray. There's 2 outside of box. Soma gets some Prezix from behind, and now becomes a 3v1. Make it none. Falcons fly high, and they're going to flock together as they're going to take this one 13-10. Close battles and tight-knit matches here in round number 2 in the group stages of this Carry2College competition. But it's Falcons that take this one in round 2.
Falcons say, oh, we're on the mainstream? I bet. 3 rounds in a row to close it out there. Congratulations to them. Torx and Trezzy, I mean, they're at the top of the scoreboard. They're the 2 that really stood out to me. They were the ones holding that B site attack and locking down that site, getting first blood and making sure that L1 couldn't storm onto that site. So credit due to them. And for the match that we witnessed for the most part of this segment here for the Carry2 Tax group stage, excuse me, Carry2College, not sure what I was saying there, is Magic. Magic absolutely storming on that attack side. So many rounds in a row, Hale. I mean, what an instrumental path to see from them.
It was architected as a comeback, I believe, by Toasty. Toasty stood out the most to me. Obviously, they come in as that big all-star, and I think that there's no doubt that they were MVP for a reason and probably will continue to be for that Magic squad, especially considering that Miracle, they had boot to neck, but they never put him down. The double tap. You got to make sure your opponent can't come back, and Toasty was there to be that hero. Seda a few different times got to have their hero moments, but they just look too darn good.
I really like the way Seda was playing, but at the same time, you had Retro on the Rays for Magic, who had that unbelievable ace to close out one of the later rounds to continue that win streak on attack. And yeah, it was just flawless, especially the blast pack usage to get out of dodge when things were getting hairy, to utilizing the blast packs for the explosive entries. Loved everything I saw from that player. I also want to see more from Lily. Lily was kind of that underrated player that again and again was having to pull out those clutch scenarios and hold the ground. That's a tough role to play in post plant when kind of all the pressure is on your shoulders and you got to use your molly, your stim, or just holding yourself at a cubby to let that spike tick away. So congratulations to Magic on their win. Congratulations to Falcons on the win we just saw as well. This group stage, Hale, continues to get hairy.
But it will continue on as we have only one match left to be seen. Going into round number 3 of the group stages, this one could have eliminations on lock as everyone vies for the bracket. We're going to send it over to Bear Light as we finish up this second round. Bear, how'd you like all those matches?
Thank you, Monkey Man. Always a blast watching these teams compete, and it was just 2 matches that you got on the main stream that were close like that. That comeback effort was something else. I know that you boys had mentioned Toasty as being the difference maker, and I agree, but gotta give some love to E7 Retro. Another pivotal moment in that 1v2 clutch to complete the ace was no sleeper either. So those 2 Coca-Cola All-Stars able to combine. It didn't work out for Spire, but listen, I guess it worked for Magic. They were able to work their magic, bring it back for a 2-0 now in the group stage as far as matches played. So they will have their work cut out for them. In that same group A, they're going to be going up against Engineers next. They're 2-0. Hail Monkey Man's team to watch, and for a reason. This team has won multiple Stay Plugged In showcases, and now will try to continue that run and go 3-0. So although Magic gets by, if they get off to a late start, perhaps it won't be the same kind of result there, as they're going to be a little bit of a tougher task to take that on. Meanwhile, across the rest of the groups here, RHS Terriers also featuring 2 Stay Plugged In All-Stars. It's a trend all the way across the board, boys. That's all I'm saying. Right now, they're sitting at 2-0 as Bowie and Rascal. We'll actually get to hear an interview from them a little bit later, but they're able to take care of business in the meantime. Falcons in that same group, 2-0, so they'll be facing off with one another to end things off in the group stage 2. That's going to be one that we want to follow also. Meanwhile, the rest of the undefeated teams, Bone featuring Sacred, the Coca-Cola All-Star, Doji in Group C, those teams undefeated. Meanwhile, in Group D, Power World continued to do Power World things. They were the ones to take down Spire Academy and continued their run at 2-0. That's to be expected. Meow got the win as well. They'll be up to 2-0. No, I'm not meowing at you viewers. I'm just saying that's the team name that they chose, and they're doing big things as well. Dreamland, one of the most successful of the free agent teams besides Magic or outside of Magic, as they're also 2-0 in Group F. And then Group G, you've got 1980 by 1. And that means 1 pixel. Actually, I guess technically 1,980 pixels. Either way, they're 2-0, rounding out the teams that are undefeated after round 2. We do want to let you know that we partner with some of the best here in the industry. I know the leader of Emerge Apparel very well, and he is incredible. You got to talk to Matt from Emerge Apparel, because overall, the esports landscape can be an overwhelming environment for owners and directors of new esports teams, leagues, clubs, and programs. But you can let Emerge Apparel take the burden of merchandising off your hands. I know it firsthand as an organization owner back in the day. And organizations of any size, really, can work with Emerge to create a custom online storefront with on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for their org. That's right. With an Emerge storefront, teams of any size can earn 50% of the proceeds from every sale to put back into their program. Stay plugged in, all about the grassroots, and that is huge. And with the Booster Club storefront from Emerge Apparel, you never have to purchase and keep inventory or deal with the hassle of fulfilling orders. Replace stress with revenue today. Visit emergeapparel.gg. That is emerge, E-M-E-R-G-E, apparel.gg, and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today. I've already talked about it. We've got so many more great matchups coming up for the third round. Of course, the undefeated teams will have to go up against one another here in the next stage of Carry2College, and then we'll have the bracket a little bit farther on as well when we come back. Stage 3 of the group stage after this quick break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Carry2College weekend featuring Valorant, at least here on the main channel. League of Legends on the other stream as Stay Plugged In B will be showcasing that competition. But so far, myself, Hail Monkey Man, and Pyro have seen such a showing of great talent from all of these college prospects. Pyro, you feeling good about them so far?
I'm feeling good. Carry2College has been an incredible event so far, but I do want us to stay keyed in on all the Stay Plugged In events occurring right now. How about the 2024 Spin Showcase Series? Kicking off with Valorant. That's going to be Saturday, March 16th. You can see it right there on your screen. $500 prize pool. Your chance to show off your skills and compete. Signups are open now, so head on over to staypluggedin.gg. Again, that's staypluggedin.gg. Register today, folks. See you there. Definitely want to hop into that one. But with this action that's still undergoing here, this is the final stage, Hail Monkey Man, of the group for this Carry2College. So kind of your final aspect of teams looking to make that push into the final 16.
Well, I mean, if you haven't done the legwork before, then this is kind of your last gasp to be able to go, not just maybe to play, but also to go into that final round. This could be Elimination Central as well, as Guardian Esports will be taking on the likes of the Eagles, and we're going to the most played, most known map in all of Valorant. We're going to Ascent. This is a pretty stark contrast, I would say, of ranks and of teams, but you know, Diamond to Immortal, the Eagles are kind of up against it, and yet I want to see just how well they can play maybe in kind of a default composition here, or if they want to get creative. I'm seeing Yoru's getting floated. I don't think that's going to stay.
Yeah, I saw those 5 hovered Yoru's as well, playing around with some neon. Hey, they're keeping us on our toes. I like it. But hey, I'll tell you what, there's one team that is locked in right now, and very clearly that is the Guardian squad. They've got their picks. They're 2 initiators of KO and Sova. They're gonna be info demons, Hale.
This is also about as old and still slightly new meta as you can really get to Ascent. It hasn't broken really as of yet. And the difference here, I already know where your favoritism is going to sit, because the Eagles did in fact lean into the Killjoy, which feels like old meta, and Cypher with Rascal hitting onto that Sentinel is going to be sitting on what could be considered slightly new. Now, I've seen the differential be how you use mid-space on this map, how well you can be able to be like finding not just the intel, but also some of these execution positions. But Ascent is so hard to reimagine. We don't really have anything different than what we've seen probably for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Yet, these are the players you look to give us all the new action, all the new stuff, the good looks. So I'm ready to see all kind of stuff. And you know what? We're seeing a different play from Torx. We saw them just earlier on that Viper, who was looking fantastic in that effort, but is going to switch off to that Sova. So I'm ready to see what they got.
Sometimes you have to showcase that you can do something a little bit different. So we will be moving on into it, as well as I hear gameplay. I don't believe that we're seeing it.
I'm not seeing
I thought it
anything.
was going crazy, you know? Okay, all right. Maybe, okay, we're going to be starting into this first one. That is all of a separate feature. We actually have a bunch of games going all at the same time. You guys may end up seeing the NFL Red Zone version of everything as well. But I need to know, your Killjoy, do you set up here on B like all other Killjoys do, or do you mix it up?
You have to mix it up. It's all about that conditioning, right? You want to kind of, I like to lead with a more expected util kit at the start. So your attackers, it's like, oh yeah, I know exactly what's going on. We can take out this util immediately. And then as soon as you got that condition, switch it up. Switch it up big time. I will say that turret sitting right on the switch is really useful. You want to have both that intel from main and from mid. So we'll look to see that from Minji. And I want to say that we're still getting sound from a different game right now, so bear with us, folks, as we get that switched up. What you're looking at is what we got, and that is round 1 as Guardian look to have lost their first round. Okay, a little fast forward. Oh, and Hail, no Killjoy.
Oh no! Wait a minute. I'm gonna
Hey.
look at my sheet. I'm gonna stare down what I'm seeing. That's Texas
Mhm.
Red. That is in fact the Eagles. Oh, we were debated. It's okay. That's fine. Oh no. Okay, so we're just gonna look into this round. We're gonna take a long look at what these compositions are because they are not the same of what we saw before. The other side of what we were looking at, very standard in terms of your meta kind of push. Instead, we have actually a lot of active duelists. In fact, a Guardian with a Reyna, as well as to get loud on a Breach, which is something of a nuance that we've seen kind of move in after this particular episode has really kicked off.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays into the effectiveness of the site take, but as they're standing back, Grap is standing in on an attack already from that kill, but stalled out of that tree offensive. Jackie, the last position to take there at Heaven as Pal moves in and clears them off of the angle as well with that aftershock. So plant down in this 3v1 Eagles. It's a tough buy. Oh, okay, were they aiming for that pole there? I'm not sure. They still got an angle on Pal. Take them out. All right, they're good for one.
Being good for one, regardless of what you end up doing with it, you know, you get one. 1v2. Breaking. Try and spray in with the Ares, my favorite weapon. At least it was for a long time, but now they're just gonna try and at least clear. But with the Outlaw, Drakey really never had a snowball's chance. And in fact, there's gonna be a weapon picked up for Kraka as they're gonna have a 1-1 split. That is going to be a great eco break because that was the buy-up round for the side of the Eagles.
Exactly. Exactly. So what you have now is Guardian Esports maybe in the better position for this round. Rifles in hand as they're going to wait for their teammate to take the spike over to this B side. And again, I'm kind of remapping myself after the start of this round. They have Eagles have one Sentinel that's holding A side, so maybe B really is the good push here. They got the kits, they got the guns, and now they've got the entry as well. Jackie pulled off of it with the door and the smoke. The last one to hold it will go down. And with the eliminations for the Guardian, they've got a clear lane into the plan.
The key difference of what Eagles have versus regular meta is that they have a Sky in place of a cave. And I think that, you know, even off of like a minor kind of debuff, you know, you still have to really work into that weakness. There was a lot of push that you get out of Guardian, and considering that they're rocking with the blind that you have from the Reyna and just the gobble up the life essence aggression and mindset, I'm not surprised, especially that with this breach, that they are running it down so fast on Ascent with this comp.
Do you think we'll see that same kind of attack that we saw from Spire back with Sunset during match 1? Where it was like this full offensive onto site every single time? Because that didn't work out for them in the end. That half went 5-7 for them. But here we go on Guardian Eagles. Guardian Esports, hello. Are going to be together, attacking B once again.
I'd say that they're going to be trying to condition us at least a little bit to pace. But you also know that mid on this map isn't exactly free, and you have to make it through like kind of a longer archway. Now it's protected on 2 separate halves, so we'll get to really dissect that architecture design a little bit. Pal is going to get a opening pick onto Grap, as you know, it's all about getting past marketplace. You and especially as Drakey hanging on and hanging down, just throwing a lot of their util. They had the Owl Drone, they had the Shock Dart, and they're just trying to stall this general entry out of Guardians. They're playing a man loose. They know that trap wire is there as well, and this has been a very stunted beginning trying to get outside of B main.
Well, you saw the adaptation, right? I mean, Eagles, they had way more manpower on the B site. Their Sova did incredible work on that Odin spray, and whoa, no praying for Texas Red. That's a clean headshot on the Pal. But with the recon dart as well. I mean, Guardian Esports, where do you go? Where do you go? You're locked in domain with no escape, and Texas Red ensures just that.
I could be super mistaken, unless people are sharing the name. Texas Red is also the name of a Rocket League player that I've seen in a few different instances. So this is maybe just like a fluency as well. Texas Red has been pretty good defensively for the Eagles. But yeah, you're left kind of in a funnel position if you're Guardian on that entry to B. And if you don't make a decision to move away from main where you're facing the majority of util and bullets, then you're really just sticking yourself there. That's when you have to really now kind of audible over to mid. An Odin in hand, Drakey. Oh my goodness. A2 with the cheek, and they're trying to be able to bring it straight to Powell though, but they lay him out.
Laid out and stepping on in. Guardian Esports into that B-side rogue. You cannot wait even a second when Caleb has their Empress activated and everybody else deactivated. Texas Red was that MVP of the last round, but sitting in spawn and waiting to be the pawn of Guardian Esports. They are. As Eagles take round 5.
So you and me and every other esports caster don't play duelists. Seeing how
Really?
influential, that's from what I've seen.
Okay.
I'm literally in a premier group that's like all casters, and no one plays duelists. Like no one I know plays duelists as a caster. That arena seems to be so visceral that you just would you play into her if you couldn't play your Killjoy, or what would be your duels with duelists?
Oh boy. Not Jet, as they die immediately by Grab. That's where I'm gonna go. Just to start out. That later as Kraka answers to the call. Getting rogue down. Shorty surprise from Sunberries. Can you get out of it? Oh my goodness. Cloudburst updraft. Dash out of it. And the survival from the Eagles. You gotta do a little more than survive. Operator out. And how do you even retake with this?
This is actually exactly why there was a little bit of panic for Sunberries, because they knew they had an operator. They knew that they had Shorty, but they caught their head on the door frame. They know that this is also caught on the cross. Caleb, off of that neural theft, is going to be isolated onto main. They're not going to get caught by surprise, but they also know that means that there's one left on site. Oh, spraying just as they see the legs. They're going to be protected now instead by a Vandal, as they're going to be going for this defuse. I think that Caleb knows that there's pretty much nothing that they can do for this re-hit if they're not going to swing into it early, and yet they see 2. Okay, so that operator is still going to lose its value even if Caleb has to sacrifice the round.
I have so many questions. I'm sorry. And I know you asked a question about the duelist. Maybe we'll get to it one day.
Someday.
Something that Caleb could do. Do they not know where the spike is planted? They can spray through that wall and kill the diffuser.
Maybe they didn't get pinged for it. Maybe the team didn't let them know.
I don't know. Yeah,
Blame the team if you're Reyna.
Hey, that's all the Reyna can do. Right. That's classic Reyna right there. Well, let's move on to the next round. We're tied up here. Guardian Esports. Where's game sense needed when you just have Caleb popping off? Shot after shot, kill after kill. They're hunting down. I think that is Grap right now, but taking extra space where they can.
When you're given a free look at your opponent as they swing into you with just a Blade Storm, well, eventually you're going to hit something. And even though Guardian Esports, they lose that previous round, Eagles have been giving up targets, and they're right on top of their bodies as they're going to be moving here through tree, and Caleb has always been the point man, with the tip of the spear, that Leer, and now the giveaway of that single bullet. Rogue is going to retreat. Seekers could actually be a great idea, especially because, well, their teammate just died, and now you're going to have the fault line that's going to stun them out. Caleb was good for 3 before their death. Guardian Esports in a place of advantage.
Oh, an even stronger advantage, you could say. Draki, it's tough to maneuver around this, but the Ares, and I know you're a fan of this, Hale. It's going to get them 1. Sova to Sova violence there. But much more work to do here from Draki. 2 ultimates online on the other side for Guardian Esports to hold on to what they've got. And how do you even play this if you're Draki? The door is closed. Stepping up into heaven. So many angles to clear here. I don't even know if it's worth it.
Break door, you throw recon dart over the mid wall, and then you attack from heaven. That's the only thing that I would do. There's actually several things I would do. All of them are wrong. That's exactly why I'm not an all-star. And Drakey's just gonna kind of wait it out. They upgrade at least their weapon. Maybe the favorite Ares ends up becoming a Vandal, becomes an evolutionary position, but they're gonna walk away on the save. And so will Guardian for another round win. This has been very tit for tat, very back and forth.
Oh, I thought he got that Odin. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Draki's been very effective with the Odin on B site. That's just why I mentioned it. And it looked like the Odin disappeared. He got it, but I guess not. Whether he has the Odin or not, Draki does need a response, and so does Eagles, just against this Reyna. Right here, Caleb. is putting in work. Double the amount of kills, I think, as their secondary player of their team. And with a Vandal in hand, more damage to be done.
Try and run it down. Another Empress. You can have several of these through this first half, and they get very damaged, but still off of the swing. They're going to use the dismissal. They're going to get some free intel, and they basically become a Phantom and a Ghost in the back half. Another Leer to the floor, looking for more. They're going to find a 3K, a fourth, maybe. And now the Ace just a step away. They're going to let Caleb go, hunting a dismissal and a Phantom going down. Ace up for Caleb. No one can stop this Reyna.
That's the damage to be done. I didn't call for a slaughter. That is unbelievable from Caleb. Mowing them down one by one. Wow. All right. Like I said, Hale, the answer has to be found against Caleb. Otherwise, the Eagles, man, they are just prey to the predator.
That was like a one of those sideways climbing mountain goats left on the mountain, and you see the golden eagle at you. And there's just nothing you can do. Grab them by the back and let them have a fun ride and then let them go. Guardian Esports with Caleb at the helm. It's been very impactful, but it's not been flawless. It has not been a perfect first half. Texas Red is going to poke and prod and put a few extra shots out. You're going to have the one-way a couple times. And now you're going to actually be using the Hunter's Fury Domi. He's going to take down Texas Red, and Sunberries finally clears Caleb off the field.
Shots there from Pal, but guarded off of it with that guiding light. Domi in there for reinforcements, but they're let that Odin sing. So let it sing. Fat Lady's gonna sit down around. In here for Draki as Guardian Esports. They find yet another. I mean, Hale, we asked about, is this team going to continue to go full force into sight together? And we talked about the conditioning they can do, the adaptations that they can form after one round from the other. They're just pressing through. They've just got the advantage on the gunfights, and they're confidently moving through every round.
There's a W spray for a reason, and it's been hit. 17-6 is Caleb right now. And does it count if the Fat Lady singing is humming? Does that count?
I think so.
Okay, we'll count it. We'll put it on the board. Yeah. Eagles. Well, they gotta find something of use, because right now Caleb continues even after being taken off mid. Caleb finds Chu. Kraka's gonna follow into Drakey, and really it is a full team rush. They are playing with weapon advantage because the eco right now is against the side of the Eagles, and they're just looking for at least some picks.
Yeah, you're wondering if they picked up an orb on the A side, because that might be the only thing they get out of this round. Sheriff hit onto Caleb, will not meet its target. One last target here for Caleb as Sunberries trying to find their way out. Sheriff in hand, but 3 to take down. The gunning down of Sunberries calls for yet another loss for Eagles.
21-6. Trying to get a 30 bomb in the first half. They got 2 rounds to do it. That's actually not enough time. Unless, well, actually, maybe just enough time. It depends on if they get ace out, at least one of these. So, we'll see how it goes. Eagles were in a disadvantage from that position, but right now, we look at Ascent, Pyro. And this is one of those maps that can be so stark, because it is the most practiced. It is the most seen, and it really just comes down to execution. But if you have a pocket pick, like Arena right here, what Caleb is doing, it is sometimes just impossible to overturn.
Yeah, but check this out. They're stalling the attack here, which is great. Twofold is the pressure upon Caleb and Sky. You got to peek out. You got to take out Caleb. There it is. Rogue,
boom.
Perfectly done. Gets traded up, but the damage has been done. That's the initial pick you need.
Yes, that could be the great equalizer. Then you press up into the operator and not allow them to do anything further. That's going to be at least one gotten, but now it's 3v1. Finally a dose of their own medicine. Domi, though, one of our Coca-Cola All-Stars, is trying to push this team right along. Actually does stick around and stay alive. They're going to peek him out of this position. Not exactly sure what they're measuring up. Okay. Just a matter of can I sidestep, but they get pressured as well, as finally Eagles are able to stem the bleeding.
I like the effort. But again, I think that was all about the beginning for the Eagles.
Yep.
Try to figure out where Caleb's going to attack first and then go 2v1 on him. You know, the rest can be a domino effect. And that was the case for Eagles. So they shy away from this ability of Guardian Esports to trample all over them, and they corral themselves into cubbies that Guardian Esports could not knock loose to start. See, as Guardian Eagles on this final round here of the half, where they go. It's an immediate entry into A site. How about this? No one in that cubby to take them down this time around, as they're already in.
Third Empress of this first half online for Caleb. That is a pressure situation. Blaze Storm in the hands of the Eagles to see if they can weaponize their jet in the best way. Sunbears is going to have to hit heads. Kraka's hanging up just underneath heaven. They're all going to get flashed out by that guiding light. Yet the Odin is doing some nasty work. Powell has dropped Caleb, is able to get rid of Rogue, and they finally get rid of the Empress herself. They dethrone and dismay the Queen, but Guardian Esports, they are left with all of one. They're gonna pressure them out from main. They throw out the shock darts, and they have an operator. Weirdest decision ever. The shorty, they're hopping around, and eventually they're thrown back into the saloon.
I mean, it's a one-shot kill if it connects for the most part, right? It's, go for it. But Eagles, the antidote, secured in the final 2 rounds of the first half against the Guardian Esports. They'll pull this half to a 5-7. And now they get to give Guardian Esports a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. Do you see this mimicked effort of a full attack on the site again and again and again? Or do we get a little more patience in the second half?
I feel like you have to play around patience unless you're really working off immediate intel gain from both your Sova and your Sky, right? Because they have a lot more to kind of observe on the battlefield, which means you're either acting on it as a marching order right behind it, or you're kind of waiting and playing to it. Guardian Esports, though, they're gonna have to crush down and crash around this position, which is exactly why they take up space almost immediately. Guiding out and forward, Pal gets taken down. They were actually in 3 separate positions being gunned around him.
Yeah, Pal literally dodged into a trap. That's a tough way to go at the start of this round. And that's tough as well. They got so much space. They trounced their way through B main. So hold that space, get the info and work with it or not. By the way, Caleb on this flank, yeah. Are we going to get the kill there? Not quite. Draki's going to move off of it. We got the spike planted. And Grap hanging out in hell. Going to smoke off and try to secure as much time as they can. Their Sova, though, does manage to find a frenzy kill.
Frenzy Gang rise up. Best sidearm in the game. Great scan there. They're going to use the fault line to try and clear out left side. They actually may end up with an inadvertent stun onto their teammate. No dice. Flashpoint to try and help them, but a paranoia right around the corner looking for the right click, and instead it's another frenzy wall bang. That one to take out their Sova compatriot, and they're right around the corner again. They try to pressure into him. Now they're looking for a knife fight, but no dice. Grap and the Eagles will secure the first pistol, and that's a great first step for the Eagles to try and come back.
Yeah, derp on those frenzy kills were the only kills that we saw coming out from Guardian Esports there. Caleb had great positioning on the flank, but ended up not being able to take out Draki, and then again did not clear wine. It was Sunberries hanging out and hiding in wine and got that flank kill right onto Caleb. So Eagles are finding a really interesting path towards nullifying the Caleb factor of Guardian Esports and getting these wins.
There's no way they'll do it again, right? Right? That's what they're probably thinking. Some of these long shots, you have the Sheriff versus a Marshal. Caleb can shoot a little bit faster, but they're not going to be able to really find a general accuracy unless they went to Aim Labs just before. A little bit ago, it's free, shout out. Eagles. Where they're going to go? They're pressing mid. And this is, now you're talking about, oh, this is just like Sunset 2.0. This is where it feels like it if you're playing to that kind of mirrored positioning. Caleb to the 1v1. Do they win on the flip against Sunberries? They find a connection and just let them walk into their gun.
Yeah, that's ruthless. You know that Caleb plays these duelist angles when you get their opponent to walk right into your crosshair. Great recognition from Caleb. But there's also the fact that everybody's storming on the site, coming out with the Spectre and the kill to deny them of an easy spike plant. They're still looking for a chance to do that. Pal removes Texas Red, and on low HP here is their Sky getting trounced, and Rogue is out. That's a great finish to the round for Guardian Esports.
That's going to be another even 1-1 to start off the first half, as we got to see that at the beginning of this game, and Now Guardian Esports will counter back. That's really the affluency of Caleb. Now 25 and 10. The next one up after them is Domi, that Coca-Cola All-Star at 11 and 6. And so Guardian Esports, they are going to keep the Eagles at least staggered in their start. After that bye, they're going to take up a few extra guns. They're going to have a nice little, I guess, kind of pseudo extra bonus to work into as Eagles poke into B.
Oh boy. There's that machine gun right at B main again from that Sova. That's what the Sovas love to play. But how about the Cloudburst dash from Sunberries? Their fault line, they're stunned, they're exposed. But nobody taking advantage of it quite yet. Aftershock from Domi. Clearing that angle. Air finds that Odin kill. But how about the spray from Domi? Derpin found a second on the Odin, and there's no hope for the Eagles.
That's a breach that just knows that someone's close proximity and they don't have as good of weaponry and armor as they do, and someone was deep into that link on site. So Guardian Esports find a great defensive hold and they take advantage of the Eagles, and now they're actually gonna have much better weapons. This is nearly, actually it will be a full rifle round. Odin in hand as well, because that's what we do. It's a dog play and it really just kind of keeps you conditioned. That's going to be over in the hands of the Sova on B, but Caleb is looking for immediate value here, trying to duel against tiles.
I just find it here, but it's actually the drone. Climbs above that wall and I think moves them off. Yeah, good Odin spray landing some attacks there. And Cypher's gotta veer off of it, pal. Gets the info they were looking for, moves off the Trailblazer, takes it out, has that dash ready and equipped, and how about the updraft dash from the other Jet? That's gonna distract Pal and take them out. From the side of Rogue, Rogue finding a second on the Domi. So Rogue putting in the business for the Eagles.
Give Rogue a moment and they really will subvert general expectations. They were the one to find that first big pick onto Caleb whenever they were in wine, but now Caleb is done with this. They've not lost whenever they've had their Empress online. They have it popped right here. This is at least the fourth time I've seen them do it. Guiding Light goes up. They know that the mini boss is coming through and they're trying to be impactful. They're not going to be blinded out with the Guiding Light. They're going to press straight into hell. And it's that Odin that's really being the enforcer as they're moving around. You see one off the flick. Where in the world did he go? And they know they're just nearby. A 4K for Caleb. And I believe we're going to have just enough time. They find the defuse, and that one, plenty of time. Guardian Esports, keep Caleb alive. You get the dub.
Smoke City there too. I mean, you have Caleb just working the shadows very well. And pop the defuse, pop the blinds, pop the leers, everything that they needed to maneuver around Guardian Esports. And, around the Eagles. And their ability to try and keep that spike ticking. Great reaction.
Another leer to the floor, looking for more. They're gonna find a 3.
Defense.
Seeing the util dump to stop Caleb coming on the side is the exact meme of that guy looking at the sandstorm, turning back and go, here it comes! That's exactly that .jpg. Oh, Eagles gonna try and see what they can find of immediate value.
Ace just a step away. They're gonna let
at least one is nearby.
go.
Pathfinder is gonna see Pal taking a headshot into Texas Red, and Guardian Esports is just not letting them through in this funnel position.
Woo, baby! Meet the firing range. A site is a no-fly zone for the Eagles. They are denied immediately. And Guardian Esports, true to their name, will allow none to pass.
Guardian Esports, 11 and 6. This one was close. It was 7-5, but look at the streakiness. After the first pistol loss, which is only the first like iteration of like, all right, you know, are we prepared? Are we not? But it's not really the reality, the tone, the actual identity of a team. Once they finally get all this in hand, it's now all right. This is the better squad. Guardian looking exactly like that. I'm wondering what their record is and if they will end up in the bracket, because they surely deserve to be so if Caleb really has been able to guide them this entire group stage.
Uh-oh. I just had 3 cabbages attack Caleb. Come on. You know Caleb wins those 1v3s, no doubt. Earlier, we did have Guardian Esports trying to take space B main, and I'm thinking that they wanted to keep that space because now Eagles are just pushing straight through. Funnily enough, Rogue on the lurk on the A side does get their kill. So this is going to be Eagles with numbers after the plant.
Path of least resistance. Eagles find a bit of a bend. Caleb is able to get rid of Rogue as they try to come out from topside mid, and Pal now gets Drakey. Little number after little number. Fault line is now going to slow them down. Caleb's still up and now dropped down, but that's going to be no more Eagles left to be found. They're going to go back to roost and be sad in their nest. Guardian Esports is just another day at the office as they double up this round lead and get themselves into match point. It's all up to the Eagles whether or not they're going to continue to try and fly.
What do you work with here? If you're the Eagles, you've got money to spend for rifles and half shields. Not the worst. Got that neural theft as well. So Cypher definitely trying to hang around with the squad here. Not so much on a lurk to make sure they get that info off the first pick, but that first pick, it's going to be so hard to come by. Caleb and their Jet hold this line, and it comes down to this clash.
Oh boy, you also have that quick fault line. They're just gonna run it down, run it out. The timer no more, using the dismiss. Guardian Esports trying to turn a long run into a speed run. Eagles left with only one as they're trying to chase some Drakey in a 1v2. Hero moments are made for these. It's Russian v Russian, and they don't want to rush out of this match. They have the spike pyro, but they need to find an escape route. They need to find a site to go put it on.
Run! Run! You found the other Sova. Go! They've got the info advantage, the distance advantage, surely, but not the health advantage. Draki sitting at 45 HP and a recon dart to their name. And that allows Guardian Esports to sit back, kick back. Derp can kind of wait on out this plant and play it however they like.
Oh, I'm gonna use that L drone. You hear that? You can press up underneath it. This would be so advantageous. The timing. If Drakey can get right around into logs. Oh no! If you did it just a step faster, maybe the woulda, coulda, shoulda will play out differently. But Guardian Esports able to rely on Derp, and they will lay out the Eagles. They're going to take this one 13-6. Dominant feature, a 34-12 scoreline for Caleb alone.
To think we didn't even have 20 rounds in this game and Caleb still comes out with 34 kills.
Right?
Yeah, that is ludicrous. I don't want to think about that kill feature when we have a full round of Valorant. 500 plus ACS. Caleb putting in work. Not just that, overtime, hell.
Yeah, man. That's the worker that you want back at the office. But also talking about overtime, they're not quite there. We are going to be going to a match already in progress as we're going to fly over to the Falcons versus the Terriers. In case you were wondering what we were just hinting at before, now this is the matchup that we saw. And look, the Killjoy and Minji's getting those picks.
Woo, baby. Things you like to see. Falcon. Okay. All right, Toy. You didn't have to do him like that. Oh, you didn't have to do him like that either, Furf. Okay, Torque, what do you do now? This is a player we saw earlier on Icebox clutching out.
30 seconds left.
So I'm not gonna lie, this round is far from over here. Time isn't necessarily abundant. 23 on the clock here as Torque changes to the Vandal. Sight it out and, well, get whatever info you can. Owl drone, but I don't think you have time to even work that. You need these frags at this point. Half health down from Jet, trying to spray through the wall onto the Sova. Can't get their shock dart, hits them as they pick up the spike and racing into sight. Need those kills. Operator chances a miss. Can't kill the Sova. Sova just peeking. He's hopping, he's skipping, he's jumping like a gopher coming out of the ground, and it does all the work that's needed. Terriers take the round.
There's 6 more weeks of winter left for the Falcons, and they're gonna have to stay roosted in their trees as the Terriers were free to run around. And apparently, that's the way you defend not just an operator, but also confusing what's left of Torques as they just try to press into sight. That was That was great, Pyro. Okay, we're deep into this one. Terriers, place of advantage right now off of that win.
Certainly got that advantage. This is a different Ascent game, given the fact that, well, we don't have a Reyna. So it's already different. Oh, a cheeky little 360. From the out drone there from Torque. It's not enough to take out Toyin. Operator kill onto that Jet v Jet Violence. Hunter's Fury and Killjoy ultimate are popped. So you wonder if that's going to push out the Terriers from the site. Well, it will. Sighted out is Rascal, and you're not going to maneuver. You're not going to slither out. Now that sequence, what a kill from Ferv. Locks right onto that Torque. Through left here from Falcons on the plant.
Terriers got the 4v2. This attack seems to be in a very bad position, especially with Minji caught in the corner. Put Baby in a corner and watch him cry. Terriers are going to move their way up to 11. Falcons. Remember, we got to see a peek of this team just in that second round on Icebox, and they, I believe they took that win, right? I think so.
They did.
Yeah. So now they're getting a kind of a bad turn on the opposite end of this third round.
Maybe no one told them that they're back on the mainstream. You know, it was tied 10-10 on Icebox. We put them on the mainstream. They got 3 rounds in a row. I know we're on a bit of a stream delay, so maybe it's going to kick in now. But it's got to kick in. Now or never here for the Falcons as Terriers 2 away from their win. Hale, did you catch the buys? I didn't.
No. Not
Okay.
one bit. Yeah, we're rocking in it blind. I'm assuming.
Oh,
the
I see a rifle there.
Is there a rifle? Okay.
I wanted to see if the Falcons were paying for the final round. Okay, you know what? Put whatever gun in the hand of Trezzy. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, ARs are just crutches, you know?
Yeah.
But that's also apparently the same to be true of util from a owl drone, as the 0-point knife will at least stagger them a little bit from using their abilities. I see a lot of sheriffs. I see 2 rifles. The Falcons can actually pick where they want to entry from, and the fact that they didn't crash to sight is telling the Terriers and us that they're going to rotate away, or at least look for. They're actually looking for a late default. I kind of like this idea.
I do too. Get as much info as you can to make that final push that you want. Hold on to that space from a main that you've already got, and do what you can. It's going to be a forked push here on the A site. It's looking like, as Rascal unable to hold mid as they're grenaded right out of it. Oh wait, you have the from the shadows.
30 seconds left.
Is the spike handed to the Omen to do that? They're gonna hit the from the shadows, but it's a fake. They go into Boathouse, they get killed, but the objective is still A site. Have they given enough to the fake to get to the site? They have the kill on the KO, gives them the lane they need.
You actually had one of Trezzy all the way deep into Marketplace, and Prezix is in a weird position to be expecting. They probably have been called out of being on top of Ginny. This has been the most elongated feature of just picking a side, going to it, and really using so many decoys. They are going to get scanned, using the Cloud Burst, trying to defend themselves, but Ferb, re-entries, just completely undeterred. Now they have one on tree. Bowie is just going all into it. Torx is going to stand strong. They step into the fray. Falcon's not dead yet.
It's the reason I call out Torx. As soon as we got back into this match, they impressed me so much on Icebox. A cool head in the most clutch situations. They completely outplay the Terriers. They fake to the B side, take A on that one frag to top site, and then put in the work on the post plant. Falcons holding their ground to stay in this game.
Ascent is a barometer check on if you've really kind of studied in and been doing your mech work here on Valorant. You're going to be seeing the Blaze Storm get popped for the Terriers, as they have a full rifle otherwise. And really they're looking for where they're going to go, but it seems that there was at least some immediate pressure out into mid, and so it's going to be Trezzy that's going to peek up into it again. Rascal finds 2. Minji and Torque hit the ground. Oh man, you don't want that if you're the Falcons.
No, your plan just got completely foiled. And not only are 2 gone, but everybody else is found out with that neural theft. That's still not enough for Rascal to find a kill, but it's a quick trade from Ferb. Pressix trying to do work here. Vandal right on the Ferb. Gets a second. How about a third? Not quite. The damage was done, but not enough. The battle won, but the war just about over. Terriers 1 away from the win.
Good news for the Terriers. They got money to burn. Bad news for the Falcons is that every single round now is going to be played at a deficit. You're going to have to go all in, and it's not going to be the same kind of weapons that they want. They do have at least one active ultimate with the Hunter's Fury that could open up some space if they really do push it, but look how deeply that I've seen this happen from a lot of different teams too. You play kind of your Sova deep so they can kind of traverse between your defensive side spawn and where you want to go. Torque, though, is going to be the difference maker, I believe, as they want to walk this in, and they're going to try and walk it out. And they may just go straight marching, but Ferb gets rid of Prezix.
One enemy remaining.
Got rid of Prezix. Did a little more work than that, too. One more kill, and that'll be the end of days here for the Falcons, at least. On Ascent, they took that Icebox win, and with a Sheriff in hand, nice try, Bowie. I get it. Want to end it with the knife? They still want to end it with the knife. Hold on, hold on. No! Not like this. Terriers in numbers can be ferocious, especially if they've got a knife in their jaw, and Ascent will take down their opposition. Well done to the Terriers, and what a finish.
That almost felt personal against anyone that's a Killjoy main.
All right, you know. Love you, Menji. Been through it myself. You know, keep your head up.
Surrounded and knifed. 13-8 go the way of Terriers over the Falcons, and that'll be at least that ending round for the group stages. We got to see them late term, very close in that fight, but it was also on the other side. It was a magical push by the likes of Guardian that they just thwarted the Eagles at every space. I guess this third round was just not meant for birds, I guess. Not avian friendly.
Yeah, Eagles and Falcons both getting taken down here. I loved what I saw from Guardian Esports. I know we called out Caleb again and again, but it really does come down to the full team effort. No duelist can do all the work if they do it single-handedly. There has to be that full team cohesion around it, and that's what's going to bring Guardian Esports ahead in this tournament style. I want to see how much this tournament continues to go, though, Hail Monkey Man, because that's the end of our group stage. Up next is going to be our single elimination bracket with, I believe, 14 teams. Hail, things are about to get interesting.
It's very much going to be. And so we're going to see all that format and a little bit more. Bear Light, again, continuing to sit his wonderful little desk and tell us all about it before we go to those breaks. So, Bear, a lot of close contests. Apparently, round 3 is just not to be for birds. How you feel about it?
Well, you know, it just sometimes be like that. Also, you know, you said it's not the round for Avians, but Avian of Spire Academy was able to get a win there, but I get your point. I get what you're saying there. But yes, Spire Academy will advance with Pal World was also 3-0. Spire Academy finished the day 2-1, or I say finished the group stage 2-1. So they'll be advancing to the bracket from Group D. Heading back up to Group A and looking through those results right now, we're waiting on the end result from Engineers and Magic. We'll see which one is able to come up with the win. That'll determine seeding as far as where they go. But right now, we saw Magic and Engineers. We knew they were both undefeated, and that perhaps, you know, that would be the determining factor of seeding. But both teams will advance from Group A. Meanwhile, in Group C, Bone, featuring a semi-pro in Sacred, also Coca-Cola All-Star Sacred has been living it up as well. In that one, they'll go 3-0 to advance from Group C. Doji as well from Group C. They go 2-1. Their only loss coming to, of course, Team Bone. In Group E, we've got Meow and Burger After Burger. I had to throw a shout out to the Meow again. They go perfect 3-0. Burger After Burger, also one of my favorite names. They go 2-1. They'll advance from Group E. Group F, we've got Dreamland 3-0. Guardian Esports at 2-1. They will be the teams advancing through. Dreamland featuring River, who we'll get to talk to in an interview when we do the interview section in just a bit. So excited to talk to him and see where he's at. And then in Group G, we've got 1980 by 1. Right now, they're 3-0 coming into the group stage. So they'll give themselves a solid opportunity with that high rank, or high seed rather. And then Stride Jams coming in 2-1. So they'll be able to advance from Group G. Those are all the teams that'll be featured in that 14-team bracket. Like we mentioned prior to, there'll be a few teams with some bye rounds as well in the round of 16. But then a competition is going to be calculated here. We'll have the bracket calculated, see where everybody falls. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, like we mentioned, interviews with some of the Coca-Cola All-Stars to get their word on their experience with the Coca-Cola All-Stars events. And we'll also get to learn how they felt coming into C2C as well. But before we do that, we want to let you know that Spin Labs is associated with Stay Plugged In, and we can build out your incredible new arena with Spin Labs. It can be a little bit difficult as an organization to try and get things going. I mean, let Stay Plugged In handle it. We've hosted plenty of live events each year, and Stay Plugged In understands the importance of providing players a great space to compete. Providing your students with the right equipment, software, network, and curriculum can set your team apart from your competition. Through our Spin STEM Labs initiative, Stay Plugged In can help guide you through the physical design and layout of your institution's esports space, and ultimately construct the labs itself to help you engage more students through STEM learning, community building, and more. Send an inquiry to Renee, that is RENE at staypluggedin.gg. Again, that is RENE at staypluggedin.gg. No matter what step you are in the process, he will be happy to talk you through it, answer any questions, and you can find out more. And let's build something great together with Spin STEM Labs. Right now, those undefeated teams are building something special. The teams that are able to advance to the bracket are going to be added and battle through. But while we calculate that bracket, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to listen to some of those interviews as well. Don't go anywhere. You're watching 2024 Carry2College. Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars begins right now.
There you go, my boy. Double kill. Can we see another one? Oh, we do get another one. It's not a triple. Might get a double. He takes out the leader fair.
Having a Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star as part of one of my rosters would be very exciting, because an All-Star inherently is more than just competitive success. It is about understanding and being a part of a larger community and building towards a goal that's bigger than oneself.
I'm actually really excited to be a Coca-Cola All-Stars. Something that I never thought of that would ever happen. But what I'm hoping is, I hope like it actually opens a lot of doors into like the collegiate scene. Like I hope that I'm able to compete in like the CVAL League and just like hopefully maybe even have my friends come with me and play too. So I'm hoping that Coca-Cola All-Stars is like just another like step into competing like further down the line.
Could it be the big finish for Big Tonka T? He needs just one more kill to be the champion of the Skills Challenge.
Dude, that Coca-Cola All-Stars, I'm telling you, like the finals was really fun to watch because it's just like the best death matchers. Way more fun. They gained a lot of my respect after watching. They gained a lot of my respect from the death match I watched because they're all cracked. All those players are cracked. Like despite those two being the top, like you guys gotta understand they're all hitting massive heads, bro.
Kickoff, we'll see what Wavy can cook up, because he's been cooking up some interesting kickoff plays. It'll be enough to at least gain possession. And work from his own end, in the air, all the way. Flip, reset, face! Oh, that's it! And then he'll just leave it for a bouncer, let it go in.
In a 5-minute game, every second counts.
Yeah, in the best of three, even more so in this cutthroat environment. Look as he took a shot, rips one. But Cosmic was up for the challenge. Now we'll carry back down. Look how seamless that flick is.
You do something like this and people know who you are. Coaches know who you are. Your parents see it as legitimate. Administrators at schools see it as a legitimate thing. And so I think, being able to participate in things like this ultimately helps and impacts students in a way that, gives them a pathway that a lot of us didn't have a few years ago. This sort of recognition wasn't available to us a few years ago. If I wanted to get an Esports Scholarship before, there was no Coca-Cola to show up and provide a pathway for me to do that. There was no Stay Plugged In for me to have a pathway to do that. And so now I think it's important as ever for students to take advantage of these things, especially through programs like this.
Oh my God!
What a shot!
Go, baby! Let's
go!
We love being part of moments of togetherness, moments of celebration. Being part of the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars allows us the opportunity to recognize, refresh, and uplift esports players as they showcase their talents and look to advance their passion to the next level.
Leone doesn't do anything to actually stop this, doesn't pull out the aftershock, but Pig is there to try to hold down the peek from Sacred. That was way too aggressive. Nobody else came in with him. And now Pig can just continue. Who gets back into short, but he has an angle onto Tommy. Pulls out the Sheriff. Big Tonka T.
Yeah, I'm going to be confident in myself, going to be confident in what I can provide. And I'm just going to do my best and just treat it like any other competition. I mean, obviously the players are going to be better. They're going to be aimers. But, I'm going to do my best either way. So we'll see.
Just jumps on in dry. Curry gets another kill. Leone just fragging away. The Hunter's Fury not getting Leone. Leone looking for the peak, and the Hunter's Fury keeps going. It's a fixed retake. Big Tonka T, he's gonna have the flank. They can wait just a little bit, but here comes the actual take. Curry has control of the front of sight, and Sacred comes up from behind. There goes Sacred. Sacred going big, holding it down, but Big Tonka T comes up for the flank finally. But you have to give it up for Sacred. Sacred giving his team a chance. But Avian turns the corner, and it is Big Tonka T doing the work again.
Just play hard and have fun.
I want him to follow his dreams. We will support him in anything he wants.
It's actually Kyler that'll get on the board first. It's this South with the early lead. Maybe not something we anticipated, but you'll love to see it.
Yeah, you do love to see stuff like this. That's such a cheeky pinch, too. And I say pinch, but I mean it is the tiniest of touches.
Glimpse of that, because you have to be responsible for the member of rotation.
Oh, good carry, bro. This Saurus, oh my! This Saurus guy is nuts. Nice carry all the way around.
Trying to get the drop down over to Wavy so he can get the clear. but Kyler's got other plans. The Seth doing a much better job of at least breaking in. This could be dangerous, so gotta be careful. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought. Wavy's wavy, and so this one to the backboard, just a bit wide. Clearing opportunity. Can the redirect find its way through it? Oh.
Thank you, Stay Plugged In, and thank you, Coca-Cola, for the opportunity.
I just want to say thank you so much, Stay Plugged In and Coca-Cola All-Stars, for giving me this opportunity, and it's been fun.
Thank you, Stay Plugged In, and thank you, Coca-Cola.
And looking back on that weekend, K-Factor, it was such a special moment for all of these juniors and seniors for the 2023 Coca-Cola All-Stars. We see so many of them featured here today as well on the Valorant side. I know you've been following a lot of the League of Legends here today as the host on that channel, but something like that is truly special to be one of 40 students from across the country with both, you know, elected to be an All-Star based on what they're able to do in-game and out-of-game. I mean, that was something else, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be quite an experience, too, to be a part of that kind of environment. It's not something that everybody gets the opportunity to be a part of, especially at the high school level. So for something like that, it boosts confidence, it boosts commitment. It's a pretty...
Well, we get to talk to some of the All-Stars as well. In fact, we got to you over the course of this past week. So we have some interviews. I was able to sit down first and foremost with River. Here, he's been competing with Dreamland. He is his team perfect 3-0 so far. And we talked a little bit about his confidence. Check out what River had to say this week. Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to Stay Plugged In. My name is Bearlight, and I'm with a Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star named River. River, thank you so much for taking your time and talking with me.
Of course. It was nice talking to you, too.
Absolutely. So, first of all, gotta call it out, because I see it in your background. The Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star fridge. So I want to talk about it. What was your experience like being a Coca-Cola All-Star?
I'm not gonna lie, it was great. Like, I felt, like, really special. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was one of, like, the top 50 candidates, right? And it was like, I was like, wow, like I never thought I would like actually like be selected and stuff, and to top it off, come out second in the tournament.
No doubt about it. Actually 24 in Valorant. Kind of mind-blowing, eh?
24. That's even crazier to think about.
No doubt about it. So I do want to ask, what does it mean? Because being an All-Star, because, you know, being 1 out of 24 is something pretty incredibly special. And you said maybe it's not something that you expected, but what does it mean to be an All-Star in your eyes?
I think it means like you're a really talented individual. So there's something unique about you, you know, something that stands out about your character, and like, you know, you're like that. You stand out than other people.
Definitely. So, you know, obviously there's a brand new format that we announced too. We did the skills challenges, which is 1v1s, right? Or if you will, it's obviously deathmatch. So solo deathmatch, you come in. How'd you feel about that experience as well?
Solo deathmatch, I'm not gonna lie, I was having a rough experience with that. Like, I was still on my broken mouse, so it was like really hard for me.
Oh no.
And I played that whole tournament with the broken mouse almost, but honestly, it was a good format. Like, I liked it. It was fun. I really liked, you know, how Curry was watching. It made it even more like, I guess, like nerve-wracking for me, cause like I had to try harder and stuff, cause like that's my goat.
Dude, that's like almost a nightmare situation when your mouse isn't working, right?
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, it's still cool. And you got to meet everybody else who was an All-Star too. I mean, Sacred was on your team, who's semi-pro too. Do you feel any future teams cooking up with anybody that you played with?
I do feel some future teams are cooking up. Like, I think they're going to be way better players now. Is it because, like, I'm pretty sure after that Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola tournament, there's a lot of, like, word on the street now, you know, like, online. So there's going to be definitely more players being included now.
That's right. That's right. And then after All-Star Weekend, you participate in that. You meet all these cool people. And then now you've signed up for C2C as well. Do you bring a heightened confidence coming into C2C after being named one of the 24 All-Stars for Valorant?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like everyone else, like, you know, I feel like I'm, like, you know, perform even better. I've been improving a lot lately. And I feel like my mindset has been, like, even better as well. Like, I'm definitely more confident after the Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola. Definitely.
Cool. Let's talk about your playstyle, because I see you listed Duelist Initiator combination. So obviously you like to get on site pretty quickly and like to be involved in that process. Would you call yourself an aggressive player or more timid? What kind of player would you describe yourself as?
I'm more of a get in there player. Like, I just be running it down, you know, like, that's what I'd be doing.
Love it. Love it. Couldn't be me. I'm more of a support guy, so there always needs to be somebody like you on the team. So I definitely appreciate that kind of mentality. There's no doubt about it. So after being selected a first-time All-Star, by the way, this is the first time we ran it with Stay Plugged In, which is awesome. So you've been named a first-ever All-Star, and you built the path forward now for others to follow in your footsteps. So what would you say, and what would be your advice to younger players who are looking to become an All-Star as well?
I'd say if you're trying to improve to become an all-star, definitely keep up with pro play. Definitely keep up with how they play, their play style. Also, it's like most people say aim is like the big thing, but it's mainly just your game sense. Like me, I don't aim train at all, but I still have pretty good aim. I can't lie. But mainly it's just the game sense there and how you communicate with your teammates. If you can communicate with your teammates, then you'll be able to do really good.
Communication is one of the #1 things that colleges look for. So I agree with that. And I also agree with the fact that you're absolutely nutty at popping heads. So 2 things I agree with there. So I also want to talk about the care package that includes the fridge. Any friends and family that got to witness you opening this, or how was the reaction as a whole, knowing that you're an all-star now?
Well, the reaction was like, when I received that package, it was just me and my brother because my mom was at work. But like when we opened it, I thought it was like, oh, I forgot about this package. And we opened it, it was like, it's a mini fridge. I'm like, that's actually crazy. And then I opened in more of it, like inside the mini fridge, and it was like merch with my name on it, the hats, and like other gear. And I was like, wait, it's actually really cool. Like, it's like really cool how they did this and like planned it out and everything.
You're 1 of 24, man. You're awesome in the game and out of the game. So, like you mentioned, that's we definitely love rewarding that kind of thing at Stay Plugged In. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man, for sure. And now I mentioned as well, you're going and competing into C2C. There are also other All-Stars. I believe the count's up to 10 now as far as like all the All-Stars that'll be there. So I do have to ask you, if you end up facing one of these All-Stars, which might be inevitable down the road, seeing how talented you are, you run into them, what's going through your head? Are you looking for bragging rights out there? Or are you just are you nervous and timid to go up against them, or are you kind of respecting the challenge there?
I mean, I'm respecting the challenge, and I'm also like looking for like a fight to put up with now, because like I'm on a new mouse. Like I'm gonna be unstoppable.
Hey, that's right, dude. You got that new equipment ready to go. That was my final question here for you, but I do have one more thing for you. Any shout outs that you want to give for #1 becoming an all-star, and #2 the upcoming C2C?
I mean, I like to say shout out to my friend group. Like, they're mainly like very supportive of me, and they like always been there for me. Like playing Valorant, like we transitioned from Fortnite to Valorant together, and we've all been like succeeding in it. And yeah,
sweet.
Especially my friends and family of course. Never forget about them.
No doubt about it. River, thank you so much for taking your time and talking to me, man. And that confidence has been very evident throughout this bracket, K-Factor, because undefeated. So they're going to have one of the top 7 seeds for sure. And based on where they were pre-match or pre-C2C, that means it's going to be one of the top spots for sure, as they've been dynamic ever since.
Yeah, and one thing that I think River really put out there is that the confidence that he gained from kind of that all-star experience is something that translates into his performance going forward as a whole. Confidence is a big part of it, and he seemed to have a good sense of the good things to look out for and the good things to improve on. So it was kind of exciting to see how that confidence translated into this event too, as they are performing very well.
Yes, and apparently got a fixed mouse too, because you heard that during the skills chat. Well, the whole weekend he was out of mouse, so upgrading that definitely doesn't hurt either. We also talked to RHS Terriers Bowie, who of course was part of that all-star experience, but is also on an undefeated team with Teammate Rascal. But first, we'll hear from Bowie and hear what he had to say. I asked him some similar questions, and his response is, man, I love talking to Bowie. He's got quite the personality. Check this out. All right, everybody, I'm here with RHS Esports Valorant superstar, aka All-Star. It's Mr. Bowie. Bowie, welcome, and thank you so much for taking your time to talk with me.
Hello, thank you so much for having me on here.
My pleasure. Absolutely, man. First, I do want to get into All-Stars. I'm peeking a Coke fridge behind us. Talk a little bit about your experiences with Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Stars, kind of the feelings that went through you as you were selected.
Gotta rep the fridge a little bit. It's really sick. Oh, like being a Coca-Cola All-Star was just, it was a highlight. That's all I can really say. It was really surreal. just being selected, like top like 20 Valorant players in the country. It was really like just incredible just to be among those people.
Yeah, we've seen you pop off in the showcase plenty of times, very, very clutch moments, and this time around you got to showcase your individual skills with the skills challenges as well. So, kind of intrigued, how did you feel about the format of All Stars as a whole?
I thought All Star was really good. I thought it was like a really good way of showcasing like just the skills of the best high school players in the country. I was a little bummed in the skills showcase. I thought I could have definitely improved a little bit more, but I'm still happy with the top 4 showcase. But I was pretty much, I was just happy to be there, happy to show off my skills to everyone.
Absolutely. Let's get into the details a little bit more about your experience competing on All-Star Weekend. You said, you wish you had a better performance in the skills challenges, but let's fast forward to the actual matches on that Saturday it was. What were the vibes like in the comms, right? What were some of your teammates saying to you? What were some of the things that you were able to experience with your team on All-Star Weekend?
Say like my team was definitely the most talented talented group of players that I've probably ever had, like on a team. It was really fun because we were all like hyperactive, like we were all ready. The vibes were up the entire time, and it was just awesome because when we're playing, one of us will have a clutch here and there, and then we're all just losing our minds. It was almost as if we were teammates like the whole time, like for years and years.
That's too cool. Any future teams cooking? Because obviously you get to meet new players. You said it's like some of the most large talent pool that you played with. So any maybe new teams that you might try out in an amateur/pro scene?
Right now, I'm still sticking with my high school team, running it through like the high school esports league and some more Carry2Colleges. Sticking with Stay Plugged In for sure. I'm definitely venturing out more into like the tier 3, tier 2 scene. And I'm hoping that my actually Coca-Cola teammates, I'll be making a team with them, a few of them.
That's right. And I think you guys have an excellent chance, and I can see the improvements already since when you first started competing. And now with C2C, you're joining your high school team, like you mentioned, RHS Esports. Rascal, a part of that team, and also a Stay Plugged In Coca-Cola All-Star. Can you talk a little bit about how cool it was to have a teammate with you to experience that with you?
Oh, it was beyond cool. It was like, wow, like, even outside of Valorant, he's my best friend, like in real life at school. So it was just awesome knowing that me and my best friend are just a part of the best in terms of Valorant high school players.
Y'all have come so close to taking a title within some of the showcases, but now you move into C2C. You and Rascal both being all-stars. Do you get a bit of heightened confidence now rolling into this C2C, saying, hey, maybe we can take the championship title here this time around?
Oh yeah, I would say confidence is definitely through the roof right now. Like after showing how we are worthy of being Coca-Cola All-Stars, we obviously know that we're the best, and we're gonna try and bring that into our gameplay this C2C.
Live of confidence in y'all for sure, and that makes a whole lot of sense. So let's talk about, after being selected, a first ever All-Star, by the way, first year that we've ran it. So you've really built a path forward for some of the others, lower classmen or younger players in general. You've really set the tone for years to come. What advice would you give those others that are going to follow in your footsteps to try and attempt to share the same experience and become an all-star?
Advice I would give in order to pave the way to be an all-star is just follow the passion, because I hop on every single day just wanting to play. I never am like not wanting to play. And yeah, make sure you stick with your team. Above all else, make them your friends, make them your best friends, because I'm just really fortunate enough to have my teammates as my best friends, and it's just like a second family. So
too cool.
Keep playing, be passionate, make friends.
There it is.
And I'll get you there.
The 3-step process. You gotta love it. And speaking of family and friends, how did your support system react when you became an all-star? Obviously they're pretty excited for you, right?
Yeah, I'm very fortunate to have parents who are really supportive of me, and when I was able to show them that I am one of the best, like especially in high school, and I had some colleges that were like interested, like they were definitely very supportive of that.
That's so cool. Were they there with you when you got to open your package, including that fridge that we see behind you?
Yeah, my mom actually helped me open up this fridge, so it was really cool because she was like shocked with how many cool like items I got from it, especially.
Love it. And so we mentioned obviously Rascal as a Coca-Cola also that's competing with you in C2C, but there are others too. There's Sacred, there's River, oh my goodness, E7 Retro. There are a handful of others too that I can't even think of shorthand. I believe the total is now 8 to 10 All-Stars. So if you see another All-Star that's across the lobby, right, that you're facing against, what's going through your mind if you run into them?
I mean, the thing is, like, there's got to be that respect where you know that they're obviously good players, but at the same time, you got to have that confidence. Like, even though we're both Coca-Cola All-Stars, like, I'm going to win. Like, I'm not. That title will mean nothing in the game when I'm playing or, like, when he's playing. So it's just a confidence game. I'm going to treat him like any other player. Maybe respect, definitely show more respect than you would hope so, at least.
Yeah, definitely. Last thing for you here, Bowie. Any shout-outs? Who do you want to shout out here for, whether it's the All-Star experience, whether it's the upcoming C2C, or otherwise?
Definitely shout out to my homie Rascal, always being there with me, and my fellow RHS teammates. Shout out to Stay Plugged In for even just giving us this opportunity just to play. And finally, shout out to my parents for always supporting me and stuff.
Love it, Bowie. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk with me.
What an interview that was, and what a character Bowie is as an individual. I mean, listening to that, the one thing I love to hear and the experience that we wish everybody that takes a part in these events gets is talking about how his team and his experience here was with his friends, and these teams became his family, and he's going to have a future team with some of the people that he met in this All-Stars event. That is, I mean, that was classy. He's a mature character, and that's something that I love to see, and hopefully an experience that we continue to see from other players throughout this event.
He is, man. I mean, being able to talk to him, yeah, you can tell the maturity level right off the bat, and you can tell that he's wise at the young age that he is as a senior currently, because, you know, the strategy of, like, what do you do if you run into an all-star? Guess what? It's just like every other game. I'm going to treat it like every other game. I'm going to put in the time and work, and we're going to make it happen. And that's what you get from an interview from a player that is truly confident, that is experienced and gets results. And for RHS, they've had the results currently and look to break into the bracket here momentarily and do the same. And he just seems so humble as well, and just one of the best interviews I've gotten to do. And Bowie, just an incredible interview overall, K-Factor. But now we do want to let you know as well that Emerge Apparel works side by side with us to support the grassroots and support those like Bowie and Rascal on RHS Terriers by loading up their organizations and helping them out. You know, the esports landscape can be an overwhelming environment for some of these owners and directors of these new esports teams, leagues, clubs, and programs. But you can let Emerge take the burden of merchandising off your hands. Organizations of any size can work with Emerge to create a custom online storefront with an on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for their org. That's right, in Emerge storefront, teams of any size can earn 50% of the proceeds from every sale to put back into their program. With the Booster Club storefront from Emerge, you never have to purchase and keep inventory. You don't know how much of a headache that was for me, or deal with the hassle of fulfilling orders. Replace stress with revenue today. Visit emergeapparel.gg. Again, that is emergeapparel.gg, and start the process of creating your own custom team shop today. K-Factor, you gotta look good and feel good if you want to play good.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, a part of being a part of these esports experiences, you got to have the jersey. You got to have the hoodie. You got to look nice. You got to feel like a team. And Emerge is just a part of what helps these esports programs create teams that feel like full teams.
That's right. Well, we have the bracket generated both on the Valorant side and on the League of Legends side. So, K-Factor, thank you for joining me for the couple of segments today. I'll send you off to Stay Plugged In B for a good time. If you're looking to follow League of Legends, you can find him here. Or if you're here for the Valorant bracket, it begins now here on this channel. We've got Hail Monkey Man and Pyro J, as always, down in the skybox, guys.
down in the skybox. It's both down, but up above. We're making sure to have a good viewpoint, an eagle eye on the competition, and it's been a fierce one here so far. I'm Hell Monkey Man alongside Pyro, and Pyro, we're done with the group stages. It's all up to the bracket stage. It's do or die. It's now or never. It's the first round, but there's a day 2 to it as well. But you got to survive this first onslaught.
You do? Yeah, if you have survived throughout already. I mean, we're talking about group stage being over. If you were in the top 2 of your teams, congratulations. Moving right on to that bracket. If you're not, well, that's going to be the end of the Carry2College event for you. So we've got some great teams coming out of each of our groups. I think we had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 groups, and that makes for a lot of undefeated teams as well. We saw the Engineers earlier today. We saw the Terriers. Those are 2 undefeated teams. Pow World went on to win their other 2 matches after taking down Spire Academy in our first match. We've got Meow Dreamland in 1980 as our other 3 undefeated teams. So this bracket appears to be full of Titans. Hell Monkey Man, but those Titans, they can't stand tall forever.
No, eventually they all have to collide, so it could be a clash of titans, but there's also still teams that didn't make it out as perfectly, as you got to see Falcons as well as Guardian, and then as well as Burger After Burger, which is just, that is my favorite team name out of the entirety of this competition. I'm so glad they made it through so that BAB Burger After Burger can continue on. The other side of this bracket has Dogi, Stride Champs, and Spire Academy, as they will be moving in. Actually, we got Spire Academy and Stride Champs that are down there, so it's kind of good to see both these kind of big clubs still working their way through. But we're working at which one of these matchups will be ours in all of a moment. How do you feel about bracket single elim? It's still BO1. You still all have just one map to really decide how you progress forward.
I think it's still good, and here's the reason why, right? We have so many teams that we want to showcase. How do we do all that with just a couple streams that we got running here? You gotta go BO1, you gotta get through. We want as much exposure for all these players as we possibly can, given that this is partly, yes, there's a prize pool associated with this. $2,000 is nothing to bat your eyelash at and move right on, but it's also about scouting. You know, we want to get these players on the screen, so I think Best of 1 is a great format for that. And normally you go for the group stage one day and to the championship bracket the next day, but today we're getting through that first round of the bracket, so we have the best of the best for tomorrow's event. So I think it's good. It keeps things rolling. Hell Monkey Man, as we're going to figure out who our top of the line is, certainly after this first round of the bracket.
Oh, very much so. And we already know what our first quarterfinal matchup, or rather, I guess, what, semi-quarter, opening round of 16-14 matchup will be. It's going to be 1980 by 1 versus Dogi. 1980 by 1 was one of those undefeated squads and went 3-0 in groups. Dogi, the only loss they had is to the number 3 seeded team in the entirety of the competition in the way of Bone. So they were able to hold their own, save one, but 1980 by 1, they got business done with. Whoever ends up winning this map in particular is going to be going up against the Terriers, and they're terrorizing over there.
Terriers is scary. I still remember how they ended on Ascent, which was all of them flying at the final Killjoy with their knives out. It is brutal, ruthless, an image that will stay stuck in my brain forever. Something that I've had to deal with time as well as Killjoy on Ascent. But speaking of Ascent, Hail Monkey Man, I'm hearing now that we are going back to Ascent for this matchup against 1980, excuse me, between 1980 times 1 and Dogi. So this is another matchup on Ascent, 1980 starting on defense, where, like you said, Ascent's been here forever. The question is really, have you been working on those mechs?
Yeah, and I need to know, because you obviously you're Killjoy main. Killjoy is such a mainstay for a long time. People are starting to slowly fend themselves away. We had, remember in the time of Chamber and only Chamber, Chamber was the main sentinel that you would bring in, especially for those big teleports. I know that's bringing those Vietnam flashbacks right back into the forefront. But looking at how they've actually kind of narrowed the scope of that turret, I don't think it's too bad off still. It's narrowed, but considering where Killjoy like to sit, I don't think it's in a bad position.
I wish we got split in one of these games today, because I could show you a couple places in which it does have an impact, where I can, you know, on one site look at Heaven and at Main, and now it's kind of like, I gotta stretch and really decide where I want that turret to look. for the most part, it still provides the same functionality. I don't think it's a question more so of the nerfs that are being applied to Killjoy because they're so minor. I think it's more so the buffs that are being provided to other agents. We're hearing those whispers about Chamber in the future. We've seen what they've done with Deadlock with that widened utility. And then, you know, you've always got Cypher. You've always got picks for Cypher. It feels like on any map, no matter what. Those trips, the fact that they're activated no matter where you go on the map is so effective. You can have infinite utility and vision on whatever site you want. So I'm expecting still some Cypher play, but love to get some Killjoy as we've been there for a while. And I think we're just waiting on a couple players. So, I mean, I've talked so much about the Killjoy main, Hale. Where have you been pegged? We haven't talked about this much. What agent are you always looking out for?
All right, look, so I actually look at controllers because I believe Sentinels always are activated from the back line, and then they end up either being a famine or flourish whenever it goes to attack. Defense is kind of really where they lay domain. Controllers truly end up being kind of your either IGL or cerebral tactics type player and positioner, especially because they can recraft and regraft the entirety of a map. Omen is definitely one of your most dynamic because he has the paranoia that works into this map. I've seen a lot of great play onto Astra. Now, Astra, it makes it tough, especially working through the Cosmic Divide, especially if you are very pick your poison and position off of some of those nebulas. But that's a difference of Astra who's playing chess and then Omen who's playing checkers. So it's dynamic movement versus really kind of setting up for these set type plays. I just love controllers too. I'm a smokes guy. I hang out behind smokes. I'm too afraid to go attack, okay?
I love the lurky plays in the smokes. It's funny, though, because it can bite you in the butt. We saw them try to take down Caleb on some of the retakes on the site by like saying, all right, here's all the smokes we can possibly have, and then Caleb still rummages through them and gets frag after frag after frag. So it can still bite you in the butt. Personally, I'm a Brim guy. You know, not only do I like to call it the Molly from time to time, but I love what I saw earlier from a player like Lily. In a lot of post-plant situations, you could use that Molly, or you can use your orbital strike. You can use the lineups, whatever you got in the arsenal to make sure that you can extend that spike plant as long as you can possibly go. Well, we've extended our conversation, I think, hell, as long as we can possibly go. So let's get into this matchup. Finally, folks, we got round one of the bracket for this Carry2College tournament. Kicking it off here with 1980 versus Dogie. Are we saying Dogie? That's what we're going with.
Is it Dogie? It looked like Dogie. D-O-G-I-E. Dogie?
Yeah, I'm down.
Is it not supposed to be doggy? I don't know. I think. You know what? Hit him with the Dogie. But it's as meta as you could think, at least on the attack side, which I believe is going to be Dogie, as they're one away from really truly locking in and having that Sova. The wrinkle that I'm starting to see is at least the tease of what we could get, maybe a double duelist feature. We've already seen that be impactful here, Pyro.
Yeah, we have. I'm reminiscing on a Phoenix and Raze on Bind that we saw earlier that was explosive. I don't think that team had won, though. So you really got to pick and choose who you're thinking about seeing here. We might see a KO Sova again. Yep. That's locked in there on the offensive side for Dogie. And information could be king as they look to work that on Ascent. Both Sovas on either side, so I'm guessing we're getting that action once again on one of the sides of just a Sova with an Odin and spraying and praying.
I mean, that's pretty much what you can at least expect early on. Echo hit us in the chat, by the way. It says, follow everything they do. They are a demon. Well, they're going to have to showcase that they are the Russian demon on the side of 1980 because they're going to be hanging out with them, but it is going to be bread on the Reyna pick. You've been so thirsting to be able to at least get some killjoys on the field. There's now at least 2 of them, so you're gonna be really hyper examining that. But it is a double duelist. We're gonna have Reyna and Jet hanging out for the side of 1980, and defensively, that's gonna be a very loud response whenever they get back to site.
It will be once they do transition to that side. I love that you said at least 2 killjoys. I'm waiting for the third to appear out of nowhere as maybe an official, blowing the whistle and sounding the turf if you make any violation on the map. Don't looking to make a violation out of the A site as they are all stacked up and ready. We got round number 1 of our bracket sequence. The top 14 for the Carry2College begins now.
Should it be Doogie? Like Doogie Howser? I don't know.
Oh,
it's a shorty! Lefty is going to find 2 immediately, and Bread immediately follows up thereafter. That's a 3rd on the shorty, and looking for a 4th! A flawless round as Shorty Gaming rises up.
Yeah. Okay, I don't expect that to work in another round here in this game, but I like it. Round 1, it's rampant of shenanigans, and it will be for 1980. Is there a top seed in this tournament? They're proving that with the first round. We got word that it's Doggy. Hell Monkey Man in the chat.
Of course.
So, yeah. It's actually the first time in our years of experience as casters that we've ever gotten a name wrong.
No, I can't believe that I've been exposed at this moment. My career has in fact been felled. So, wow. Lefty had such cash, they have a Vandal in round number 2. And they were able to buy full shield. Actually, no, they went for half shield, but still, aggressive. They take it with a shorty, and now it's going to be a full campaign, a march into A site as Doggy and the gang want to try and get impressive, but it's oppressive in terms of the util and the drain as they are able to just flush them down. That is 2 flawlesses for 1980 by 1.
Okay, that's fine. Back to the drawing board. 1980, exuding absolute peril onto Doggy as they're trying to blitz into sight, but just meeting the magic of the gunfire from Vandal after Vandal. That's going to happen with a confident team of 1980. Haven't lost a single game. Don't plan on it moving forward.
See what they can do going into this next. They know that there is an uphill battle because, well, at least into the next round. They won't think too far into the future, but so far, so good for 1980 as they've just been really stout. Doggy, they know that they didn't really get to do much in the first round, and then the second one came around, and they didn't do much there either, but it has just been non-flawless, at least for this 3rd round, as Duck is able to at least get rid of Echo, but they're just winning the flicks. Taoko gets rid of Lefty, but wow, they are left in a bad trap right here between 3.
Getting squeezed here. The side getting leered as well, and what do you do in that situation? Bread pulls out the Guardian and the head tap. On the bright side for Doggy, they did pull their first 3 kills of the game. On the dark side, there's going to be quite the comeback to make here.
For everyone that knows, you had group stages that went through kind of an average rank system as well to be able to get everyone into each of them. And, right now, 1980 is in fact not just the undefeated, but also one of the top, I think, 7 or so teams in the entirety of this competition. Doggy is all at an average of Ascendant 2, while 1980 is kind of that Immortal 3 position. So they're having to punch up here, Pyro. And the first 3 rounds have significantly highlighted how confident they are, especially running with this Reyna and Bread, willing to accept all this pressure as everyone tries to push up and out into tree as they grab 2.
Accepts the pressure and accepts themselves as a kill stealer. 1 after the other, 2 on it and 2 left for Doggy, and they're both cooped up into that corner. If Echo gets those shock darts a little bit deeper, they get the kills. Lefty finds 1, and Echo will not find the next. Pigum eventually does fall, though. Game over. Has the operator in hand. And where do you go if you're Doggy? Everywhere is a threatening position.
Every single place is. That was a save round. It's trying to at least get a few credits in the back pocket so they can buy up into what will be our first rifle round of the entire game. Now, it's only round 5, but it's taken a while for Doggy to be able to get their paws underneath them. 1980 has otherwise been very dominant. They haven't even had to push out too far. They're going to leave Bread by themselves. Now they're going to have at least someone hanging out with them on A. I thought they were going to just super well read this push onto B. Not really been able to move onto this site as of yet.
Not quite yet, but they're looking at main. Do they know they're peeking through that dark cover? Finds 1. Immediately traded. And Red is stuck in that smoke without any information. Now sees that there's no one in mid. So it's time to crash right on the main because that's where everybody's coming from. Doggy, Cheese Sandwich finding their first couple kills of the game. Might find a 3rd. No. Shut down by Duck. 2 left to go here for Duck. Finds another. And 1 more to make for that 1v3 clutch. The operator angle there and takes out the ultimate usage from Duck. What a shot.
Oh man, that was duck, then it was duck, and then it was him getting goosed. So unfortunate they can't finish off what could have been the rally back for Doggy to find round win, but that op shot was just too crispy and right dead center. 8-1 is game over. Op crushing now as they're gonna really dominate, not just from this B position, but also out into mid and take on all challengers. Whereas Doggy, I mean, they're down in the pit of misery. You go into a ranked session here, Pyro, and this is not how you would want to start. And the bracket, much the same.
Don't give me that PTSD, man. I've been in that situation way too long, and you never hear a peep out of your solo queue teammates ever again.
No
communications. But the comms got to be up here for Doggy. So does the information, to be honest. Info gathered from Lefty off that recon dart, able to get the kill. Rogue, he's been hiding all day long. For Doggy, you're probably better off just spamming the smokes at this point as Lefty, utilizing all of his utility to get through into his other dark cover. And now they're starting to smoke spam, but do not find the kill on the Lefty.
They know for a fact once they hear that teleport, especially off of the one way, that at least something is cooking for the side of 1980. They see 2 drop, then Odin just pressure. Echo, well, they said follow them on socials and they're a demon. They're at least the follow-up accessory to what has been demonic play. There's a ton of utility still planted here as, you know, a Killjoy is often to just chill. Do whatever. Cheese Sandwich grabs a third, and they're looking for one more. Lefty's gonna finish it off, and at this point, right now, Pyro 6-0. 3 out of the 6 rounds have been flawless in favor of 1980. They are looking very authoritative.
You mentioned Echo in the chat earlier. I mean, you don't that chat message unless you're feeling unless you know you're about to put on the sauce, and that's what we're seeing in 1980. No doubt about it. Doggy, I like how it's more of a steady hand on the approach here. I think they've been rushing into some of these attacks when they have 2 initiators. Get info first, find out the best site to take. As you'll see them maneuver up cat. They've smoked mid. It could be a clean walk over to tree, but they're going to spread out from mid instead. So where's the avenue this time? His Cheese Sandwich has this mid already locked up, taking pop shots, but smoked off by the Cloud Burst, spamming through that smoke, but moving out of it and on to B site.
This looks like a free guided tour, and it's really just being led around as 1980 just kind of does what they want. A Bladestorm is popped by, game over. They're going to have that one for free back as the operator is still is a deep sight. Duck and Pig are able to get at least 2 as Lefty and Bread fall over. That's gonna be an Odin spam that at least rend Pig from their mortal coil. But game over is holding this corner. A dark cover is actually going to keep them from entering, and they have to cover 2 directions, maybe even a third, considering they're the last one alive, but they still have great weapons. They're just going to traverse that spike to A. No reason to push into game over.
Okay, so we got 2 knives on the Bladestorm and an operator. And they got a 1v3. The info's there for game over. You know, spikes planted onto that A site. A long route to make here to keep this undefeated streak. And yeah, that's fair. I mean, you're going to retake with that up. And guess Eco to buy it again next round anyway. Yeah. They'll be fine. Game over, a confident player. They're feeling like they're going to hit the shots regardless. Storming in. Can't get through that door with the knives unless you want to take out the Karambit. There you go. Knife it down that way. Cloud burst down. Here we go. Attack from game over. Updraft there. Knives out. But game over down. That is the first win for Doggy. They're able to rape one away.
You got to feel that his teammates were saying, hey, this is a knife-only challenge. See if you can get onto site. Throw out your op. Don't let them have it. And then do 3 knives. That can have a reset and more flicked around. And, you know, Doggy is at 1. They kind of take it to mid-market. That finally divided and conquered at least a little bit of space by 1980. And then after they got some of the kills that were surrounding them and pressuring them into a bit of a funnel, they recognized that they had a thoroughfare to escape. That means they could go all the way over to A. So game over is going to have this mid position on this operator, but it's going to be more marching orders, but it's a 4-1 split, and that killjoy on the other side could be impactful.
It's interesting to see the response out of 1980. You mentioned that success through mid, but both duelists there at mid saying, no, you're not going to do that again. But granted, given to Doggy because they do get on site and do get a kill on the Lefty, who has been annoying on those retakes through the smokes. Pick'em finds one on the game over, but that Hunter's Fury may be a problem for Cheese Sandwich. I'd step it, get the kill on the Zayden, maybe another on the spray with just 8 HP, barely staying alive here, and it's just them and their Sova to hold sight and find the defuse. Oh, Brett finds another though, and that should be it. Pick'em found out from mid, and 1980 hold their ground again.
The old Killjoy Lurk separated from the main group only works once or twice. It depends on really how the timing goes. They're able to at least get rid of game over, and you thought maybe that would be enough, but 7-1, we go right back into regular rest for 1980 and the winners table, as they're going to try and not allow Dougie to get any more on. You have the lockdown on online from the shadows, much for Doggy as well, as to give them an extra option, but it's a bit of a weird buy situation as well. I wonder if Tauco is going to recognize, or if anyone, if they press up, and if they'll be able to be ready for this kind of right side swing. Duck finds Bread. That's a great first pick for them to move on.
It's fantastic. You're looking at Echo start to spam that Odin as well. Look at the sliver available for game over to send the operator shot through, and the highlighted Duck goes down off the wall bang from Cheese Sandwich. Echo spamming on that Odin and gets another, and it's just a cluster in mid that Doggy will not prowl out of. 1980 with another round.
Oh my goodness. 10-3 is game over. The rest of the squad very positive as well, and the rest of the gang on Doggy is just trying to keep their mental positive, as we're going to see these Stingers and Spectre, but it's unfortunate right now. It seems that they are primed to present themselves at least an open door if they want to use the lockdown into B, which is kind of that traditional push, but you're facing against an eco of Jeff Bezos levels, and it's just, it feels like you're not able to ever catch up. Shout out my life.
Fair point. Fair point. Yeah, the catch-up's going to be brutal. You mentioned the lockdown. I think that can be utilized on B site or A site if they really want to. Kind of push their way in. I'm sure Doggy would prefer to plant the spike, though, and play it for retake, just to delay that retake. Okay, hold on. Echo finds another with the Odin. Game over. We're unrelenting on this operator. Smokes are out. Game over. Searching for another. Misfiring. And so Pick'em's going to get out of it, but how far can you leave it? Highlighted. He gets that phantom kill. And what do you do if you're the last alive of Zayden holding the Sheriff? Last hope here. Are they playing for the home tier hail, or are they playing for their life? Nice take on the game over, but that's the round yet again.
I saw so many people swinging their knives. I swore it was about to go down for real out in Maine. Well, I mean, they're nearly their namesake on the scoreboard. 9-1 in the first 10. Absolute dominant performance right now. This is something that we were kind of expecting, maybe not to the exact, but it's a feature that when you come out of groups and you don't know exactly who's going to be kind of faced off against you, these early rounds are so visceral and can be so telling. They're going to try and press up all the way in this corner position, see if they can take anyone by surprise.
Ooh, how about that for a surprise?
Okay.
A kill and a dink. That Killjoy suffering. Okay, well, that's unfortunate for Bread. Was trying to take down the turret, but ended up with Teoko on them instead. Doc advancing off this lockdown ultimate. You gotta steer clear, Echo, of that grenade. Eventually does get out. Recon dart out. Get the site. No, eventually will. There's the kill. They already know where the last is. Trying to spam the Hunter's Fury to close out the round. Echo taking an elevated stance on the Hunter's Fury. Won't lock down. Doggy still with the spike to plant.
Coming in from main, now drone having to be steered. They don't often have to use it too proactively. They can shoot straight through this position. The shock dart. Oh no, instead with the unicorn stare. Echo 4K, and we acquired 2 bucks here for 1980 by 1, as they're really just allowing the 1 out of Doggy.
1 by 1. These rounds have been taken. And we are 1 round away from a hold on the scoreboard. 1980 with a chance to end this half on 11 wins. And that's going to be quite the come that Doggy have to make. Reminder, round 1 of this bracket, folks. And in a best of 1, so it's all or nothing for Doggy.
And the Ascent, pretty much the most default of maps. If you've played Valorant, this is the one that you should know how to. Bread has not been able to survive some of these first blood positions, but that doesn't mean that they don't have some support. Echo is going to traverse all the way back to mid-site, knowing that the Odin is there and knowing that that number still exists from behind Bread. Doggy's actually going to rotate away. Pig finds game over, and those are both duelists off the board here, Pyro. They could have a chance to at least go 10-2.
Mid secured. Teoko, hold that crosshair. There it is. ADS can help out certainly in that position when you know that rotate's gonna be garnered. Oh, cheese sandwich. Can't hold their position either. So how about this 4v1? Can Lefty do it?
Lefty got 4 shorty kills at the start of the entire first half. So I'm going to say maybe. And he also had very hurt agents on within those 4. So it's doable. I won't disrespect Doggy by saying absolutely because they play very well. It's just a matter of can Lefty actually execute? The answer is no. They're going to get out-opt as Zayden will at least take down his counterpart. So 10-2 in a first half. We've seen 9 threes. 10-2 is possible too.
Hey, that 9-3 curse was serious earlier today. The other team responding with 10 round wins in a row to turn it around. So I agree that anything is possible, but here's the thing. Doggy need to lock down their sights. It was kind of a timid approach coming out from Doggy on attack, and I didn't mind that because they had 2 initiators, you know. Utilize your information as much as you can to find the right avenue. But with Knight, this is a confident team. They're all set up here at B main. The Sova is not necessarily reconning it immediately. We'll see if they send that dart out, but this could be quick and fast from 1980.
See how they want to crush it. Looks like B is going to be the mainstay. That's exactly what you can do. You got those Lear blinds, and you're just going to press up, try to be able to get that quick door. You know you have the scan onto at least one. Pigum is surrounded on all quarter, as at least they get 1 on that entry. But you have deep sight, and now you have to re-hit as door does, in fact, go down. So they know pretty much where everyone is going to go. It's the full funnel, and they actually get the blind out, trying to be able to get the right click. They get the stick. Everyone dropped, just losing out on 1 extra bullet. And they only dropped 2, 1980 by 1. They were able to get up to 11. They're 2 away from advancing.
There's power in numbers, but there's also a powerful stance you can take as 1980 to just mow everybody down. The conglomerate just surrounded the rest of Doggy and mowed them away. 1980, 11 rounds off of it now. Of course, they're going to end this by, but I'm seeing a Spectre. I'm seeing a Stinger. Doggy, they don't want to give round. They know they can't afford it, so it basically comes down to this.
You gotta force buy. There's no reason to let money sit still. It won't matter. Bucky Gaming, you lean away. You get Echo. You're looking for more skeet to be shot as you take those from in the middle of the sky. And down. Lefty gets rid of Zayden, and Cheese Sandwich finds their German engineer Twinsy, but it's all up to now 1 and now none as it goes 12-2. Whew. This one been pretty a lot, Pyro, but I'm getting word that a lot of these obviously are. I think it's 8-2 on another one. These opening rounds can be very brutal in single elim brackets.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's an advantage and a disadvantage to these group formats eating of the bracket. The advantage is the good teams are going to get the right seed. The disadvantage is round 1. You end up with some really good seeds coming up against the players that just couldn't eke away that win. So they're looking like a strong suit, certainly in this tournament. They're 1 round away from advancing to the next.
12-2, trying to be able to get a quick victory lap. Duck is at least Bread, which kind of is a tale as old as time if you really think about it, as Pig will try to reinvest into this position. They're actually going to traverse away, but out in the middle of mid, Lefty lays low the battle bots, and Tauco was at least looking for anyone that wanted to swing wide and swing open, but they're going to at least look for this rotation here, Pyro. They may be ready for it as they try to push up into B main.
Could be prepared here. Pigum setting that turret down. He's giving them the info they certainly need to get that raid on. Oh, Lefty was holding the position at And picks it off, but how about a cheeky jet? Kind of hang it out at mid to catch Doggy off guard. Game over, catches Zayden, but also catches the door in their face. So he's gonna have to maneuver quickly to get down Doggy on that retake. Doggy, as game over, waits patiently still, takes on the site. This is the retake to put Doggy in a better position, keep them alive in this game. Big kill there from Duck on the Spectre. Oh, Corral's right on the cheese sandwich as well. And it's one dominant finish there from Doggy.
You know what? They find at least another. That's what matters the most. They're going to give away that ult orb over to their own, and we move forward at least by bit. Right now it's just one bit. There's been a few bits before in the previous. At least get Doggy a chance to move into a rifle round. They forced it. You take fine into that 3v3. You were thinking that maybe we were going to get more out of game over, but instead of being able to take advantage of the swing, no saw them, and they couldn't rotate fast enough, and they just ended up kind of trying to crash in from